Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Rethink Hong Kong Forum will be beginning in 5 minutes. Please do take your seats. And you will notice on your seats there are two flyers. The longer one is the program flyer, and the shorter one is the Rethink Hong Kong flyer. So you would later on use the longer flyer, the program flyer, to submit questions to our panel, and the shorter flyer, the mini flyer, to submit any ideas that you have for Rethink Hong Kong. And just a reminder that we have arranged for simultaneous interpretation today. If you would require an SI headset, please reach out to any of our staff. Thank you. 各位来宾、女士们、先生们，下午好！在思香港论坛将在5分钟后开始，请各位尽快回座。我们现场设有粤语及普通话即时传译。如果您需要借取耳機的話，可以向我們現場的工作人員借取。咁多位來賓，我哋再思香港論壇將會喺5分鐘後開始，請各位盡快就座。另外，我哋現場設有粵語以及係普通話嘅同聲傳譯。如果你需要借取傳譯耳機嘅話，可以向我哋現場工作人員示意。唔該。Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, media friends, as well as our online attendees. A very warm welcome to Rethink Hong Kong Forum, Hong Kong's new role as an international city under the new normal. My name is Laura Kusensen, your MC for today. Let's hear it from the audience. How are you today? We love an enthusiastic and attentive audience. Today's event is co-organized by our Hong Kong Foundation and the Center for China and Globalization. Today, we have invited distinguished government officials, entrepreneurs, experts, think tanks, and scholars to rethink Hong Kong's new role in bridging the East and the West. Without further ado, may we first invite on stage Mr. Bernard Chan, Chairman of our Hong Kong Foundation and Chairman and President of Asia Financial Holdings Limited, to deliver the opening remarks. Mr. Chan, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for taking the time to come to this forum this afternoon. I hope you have finished your lunch. I know we're a bit rushing because we have a full agenda this afternoon. So, ladies and gentlemen, we meet at a time of a rising geopolitical tensions, significant conflicts, climate change-related natural disasters, and numerous pressing humanitarian issues that require our urgent attention. This is the new norm, and we must adapt to this evolving environment. While the current landscape and challenges may seem daunting, this forum presents a valuable opportunities to elevate the dialogue, engage in meaningful discussions, and stimulative, innovative thinking and ideas. The Hong Kong business community, including many of us here in this room, is acutely aware of the daily challenges and the efforts required to overcome them. As we witness the shifting dynamics of global trade and investment, it is crucial to understand how China's economic policies and growth trajectory will reshape not only its future, but also Hong Kong's vital gateway. How can we position ourselves to leverage these challenges? The Belt and Road Initiative presents unparalleled opportunities for Hong Kong to connect with the emerging markets across Asia. We will explore how these initiatives can foster economic growth and collaboration, transforming Hong Kong into a hub for innovation and commerce. What strategies can we adopt to ensure that we are at the forefront of these developments? Given these changes, it is imperative that we rethink our identity and positions on the global stage. How can we transform Hong Kong into a dynamic center of opportunities, resilience, and adaptability? This transformation calls for both visions and innovative approaches. Historically, Hong Kong has been a bridge between East and West, a road that we must strengthen even further. Our tradition of facilitating capital flow into China during its economic reform era laid the groundwork for mutual growth. Now, as we stand at the cusp of a new chapter, we have the opportunities to preserve this legacy, embrace change, and add the new value to the relationship with China. I am confident that our keynote speakers, our panelists, and our session chair will provide valuable insight and perspective that can inspire us to rethink our strategies and approaches. Now, many observers view Hong Kong's success since the handover in 1997 is a direct result of the mainland's economic miracle. During the troubles like the SARS and the global financial crisis, China stepped in with measures to support Hong Kong and to hasten our economic recovery. Some believe that Hong Kong's relatively easy path to the economic success led to a high level of complacency and a tendency to focus on opportunities that consider the lowest hanging fruit. This resulted in, I know somebody would not like to listen to this, we resulted in a reluctance to diversify into other markets, particularly the ASEAN and the Belt and Road countries. Mrs. Xia Baolong, the director of the Hong Kong and Macau office in Beijing, spoke at the Hong Kong Business Leaders Symposium recently held in Shenzhen and attended by many very important prominent and local business, government, and leaders. And he outlined clearly the expectations of the central government and President Xi Jinping. The sentiments and the message conveyed at the Shenzhen Forum are not new. In fact, President Xi first indicated back in 2016 to the people in the mainland China that to cope with this major transformation, the key is to have the wisdom to see the changes, the ability to deal with the changes, and the courage to make the changes. However, his ideas have only begun to resonate more recently in Hong Kong. In a rare open letter dated July 30th this year, written in response to a letter from a group of Hong Kong entrepreneurs with strong familial ties to Ningbo, President Xi urged those entrepreneurs to support national reform and contribute significantly to the Chinese modernization. The spirit of the message was to embrace change, and the message was intended as a signal to the business sector here in Hong Kong. Now, for many years, countless people on the mainland have viewed Hong Kong as the benchmark of success and aspiration. Now, today, however, the tide has turned, and we are being encouraged to draw inspiration from the achievements of our counterparts in Guangdong province. Now, this is the stark reminder of the changing dynamics and the situation that we must address to fulfill our role and to maximize the unique advantage of the one country and two systems. We must be creative and confident and find solutions that redefine our role and how relevant we are with China and the region. Now, again, everyone talks about the recent meetings between central government leaders and our Hong Kong businessmen. Hong Kong is under the pure capitalist model, and we're not very familiar, we're not very used to, central government telling you what to do. In fact, Hong Kong businessmen are very smart here. We definitely know what we're doing. When there's money to be made, we know where to make it. So we don't need anyone to tell us what to do, how to do it. But you know what? I think that's exactly the problem. We tend to only look at things that is in our interest only and nothing else. I think the message from our leaders from Beijing and from mainland is very loud and clear. While we should continue to find opportunity to make money, but we should also, and we must also look at the national interest. What is in China's best interest? How can we find the right equilibrium where we can do good for society and yet also do good for ourselves? So I think perhaps today, I hope our focus this afternoon is not just talking about the future of Hong Kong, it's the role of Hong Kong in this current very interesting period of time where we have the US-China geopolitical tension. How can Hong Kong play a role in helping our country to navigate this very turbulent time, turbulent water? And I do actually think that Hong Kong has so much to offer. We did it in the 50s, we did it in the 70s, we did it in the 90s, and we sure can do it again this time. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you, and I'll make sure that you're going to stay here to listen to our brilliant discussion later on with our wonderful panelists and our speakers this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chen. Please be seated. Thank you for setting the scene for today's discussion, Rethink Hong Kong Forum. Up next, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Henry Huiyao Wang, founder and president of Center for China and Globalization and former counselor to China State Council, to deliver the opening remarks. Dr. Wang, please.
Chairman Bernard Chen, President Jane Lee, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a great enthusiasm and honor to be here, gathered here today for the Rethink Hong Kong Forum, Hong Kong's new role as an international city under the new normal. This is really a great subject. So first of all, I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Hong Kong Foundation for making this event possible and for their unwavering commitment to the betterment of Hong Kong. So Hong Kong actually is a city no strange to me. I vividly remember 30-some years ago, I stayed in Hong Kong for almost 3 years as a chief trade representative for Quebec government in Hong Kong, as a Canadian Quebec government office here. At that time, we were still located in it used to be called the Bond Center rather than Lippert Tower. But how things has changed for Hong Kong, so many years passed. So Hong Kong has long been renowned as a very vibrant and dynamic international city. We were talking at the lunch at so many events and the conference going on, and so many international leaders, business back to Hong Kong. So this is really great. So it has always served as a crucial gateway between East and West, and facilitating trade, investment, and cultural exchanges. Despite the challenges and changes brought about by the new normal we are in right now, Hong Kong's core strength and unique advantages remain intact. Its world-class financial infrastructure, highly efficient legal and regulatory system, and particularly a pool of international talent, global talent, has laid a solid foundation for its continuous prosperity. So the cooperation with our Hong Kong Foundation is of particular significance. It represents a joint effort to explore new opportunity and address emerging issues. So through this partnership, we can aim to pool our resources and expertise to conduct in-depth research and analysis, providing valuable insights and recommendations for Hong Kong's strategic planning and policy making. The Center for China Globalization, the think tank, as one of the top 100 global think tanks recognized internationally, is dedicated to promote international cooperation and understanding. And Hong Kong is really a great gateway for our think tank as well. We believe Hong Kong can play an even more prominent role in global arena under the current circumstances. Actually, it's more needed now than ever before. I think with the new development, Hong Kong can be a China-ASEAN center connecting China and ASEAN. Hong Kong can be a RCEP center, become the regional economic gravity center for RCEP, and also Hong Kong can be a global talent attraction magnet for the Great Bay Area. So by leveraging international connectivity and innovation capabilities, Hong Kong can actively participate in global economic governance for economics, contribute to sustainable development initiatives, and enhance its cultural and educational exchanges with the rest of the world. I just heard from Professor Chen actually was talking, all those things happening in Hong Kong. So we also look forward to engage with all stakeholders present here today. Your diverse perspectives and experience will enrich our discussion and help us formulate more comprehensive and practical strategies. This is what we need in Hong Kong. It is through such a collective effort that we can ensure Hong Kong's seamless adaptation to the new normal and its continued success as an international vibrant city. So to conclude, let us embrace this opportunity with an open mind, an open arm, and a spirit of cooperation. Together, we can help Hong Kong redefine its role, overcome obstacles, and reach new heights in the international community. So I'm sure we're going to hear so many exciting things this afternoon. Thank you all very much for your presence and support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wang. Please be seated. Thank you for offering different perspectives for us to tackle today's very important topic. In today's rapidly changing global arena, there are multifaceted challenges as well as opportunities for Hong Kong. And Hong Kong, as we all know, is a super connector. It's also a super value adder, possessing unique advantages and plays a significant role in various aspects, including systems, environment, talent, and as Dr. Wang mentioned, our finance system as well. The forum today aims to identify strategies for achieving breakthroughs in this complex environment, promoting continuous exchange and collaboration between the East and the West, and explore new opportunities under the policy framework of the Guangdong-Hong Kong-Macao Greater Bay Area, ASEAN, and all countries and regions along the Belt and Road. Before we start, as we have already set the stage, we would now like to do a group photo to recognize our collaborators in brainstorming Hong Kong's new role. I would now like to invite on stage, first of all, representatives from our supporting organizations, and they include Mr. Charles Chai, CEO of Hong Kong ASEAN Foundation. Welcome. Mr. Yang Bin, CEO of Greater Bay Area Homeland Youth Community Foundation. Welcome. Mr. James Chow, President of China United States Exchange Foundation. Welcome. Ms. Iris Wong, Director of Merchandise Trade and Innovation and Director of External Relations of Hong Kong Trade Development Council. Welcome. Mr. Peter Yan, Director General of Office for Attracting Strategic Enterprises of the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Welcome. And up next to invite our speakers of today, and they include Dr. Alicia Gracia Herrero, Chief Economist for Asia Pacific at Natixis and Adjunct Professor of Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. Welcome. Professor Tony Chan, former President of King Abdullah University of Science and Technology and former President of the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. Welcome, Professor Chan. Dr. Yuk On Huang, Senior Fellow of Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Welcome. Professor Rana Mitter, St. Lee Chair in U.S.-Asia Relations at the Harvard Kennedy School. Welcome. Mr. Nicholas Ho, Commissioner for Belt and Road, Commerce and Economic Development Bureau of the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Welcome. The Honorable Shanghai Long, Legislative Council Member of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Welcome. Dr. Jane Lee, President of our Hong Kong Foundation. Welcome, Dr. Lee. And now may we invite member of the Research Council of our Hong Kong Foundation, Dr. John Chen Cho-Chak, Deputy Chairman of Transport International Holdings Limited. Welcome, Dr. Chan. And up next, we'd also like to invite our Board of Governors of our Hong Kong Foundation. And they include Mr. Lau Ping Chung, Governor of our Hong Kong Foundation. Welcome. Professor Wong Yok Shan, Vice Chairman, the Hong Kong Basic Law Committee of the Standing Committee of National People's Congress and Emeritus President of Hong Kong Metropolitan University. Welcome. Mr. Vincent Lo, Chairman of Shui On Group. Welcome. Dr. Victor Fong, Chairman of Fong Investments, Chairman of Asia Global Institute at the University of Hong Kong, and Vice Chairman of our Hong Kong Foundation. Welcome. We'd also like to invite our esteemed guest, Mr. Lee Hai-Chiu, 中央人民政府驻香港特别行政区联络办公室研究部雷海秋部长 along with Dr. Henry Hui-Yao Wang and Mr. Bernard Chen. Welcome, gentlemen. All right, that's beautiful. We will now be first looking straight ahead. As you can tell, we have a heavyweight list of organizers, supporting organizations, speakers, as well as staunch supporters of today's forum. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on stage, please look straight ahead with the official photographer and smile for the camera. 我们有请台上的贵宾们向我们正前方，大会摄影師。對了，保持笑容。Keep that smile going. That's beautiful. 係啦，我哋有請台上嘅嘉賓向正前方，冇錯，俾大會攝影師影翻張靚相。Keep that smile going. You're all doing a great job. And please pause and for our cameras, media friends at the back. That's right. Please keep that smile for the media friends at the back. 我们向后排的媒体朋友们也都让他们拍下这个值得纪念的一刻。Keep that smile going. Wonderful. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen on stage. Thank you for joining us for the group photo. We will now be escorting you to the seats to continue to enjoy the program. 再次感谢我们台上的贵宾们，请回座。我们的论坛即将开始我们讨论的部分，谢谢。 That's right, ladies and gentlemen, as we complete our major mega group photo on stage, we shall be proceeding to our first keynote address. The title is China's Role in the Changing Global Economy and Its Implications for Hong Kong. We shall be having a deep dive into this topic. There will be 2 keynote speakers for the session, and I would like to now first invite on stage Dr. Yuk On Huang, Senior Fellow of Carnegie Endowment of International Peace, to please come forward to deliver the keynote address. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Wang.
Get that first slide up there. Can you hear me? Let me go back. Yeah, there we are. They're fine. I'm supposed to talk about U.S.-China tensions, the future of Hong Kong. I got 15 minutes. Okay? I could spend hours on this. I'm going to make 4 points, and I'm going to try to illustrate it in ways that you can relate to. Point 1. U.S.-China tensions are driven by 2 factors. They're structural. They will not change. They're going to get worse. Tensions will get worse, but the leadership on both sides can actually do something about it, but they have not been doing that. So let's look at these 2 factors first. Our problems in terms of U.S.-China tensions in Hong Kong date back 200 years. It's not a 10-year issue, it's a 200-year issue. Go back to 1820-30. This is the share of global production over time: Europe, China, United States, Japan, India. In 1830, China accounted for 35% of global output. No country's ever accounted for that much. 35%. And then over the next 200 years, it declines to 2%. You go from 35% to 2%, that's China's history. What do these circles mean? This is the rise of Europe. Rise of Europe hitting China, conflict. Beginning of the 100 years humiliation, the Boxer Rebellion. The rise of the United States is another period of conflict. Today, Europe, US, China, GDP, purchasing power terms, exactly the same. That circle is conflict. Every time you have an intersection between great powers economically, you have conflict. Okay? This conflict is particularly difficult because China's share is rising and the other shares are declining. And it's difficult because China's increase is so steep, so sudden, that the world cannot adjust to it. So not only do you have conflict, but both sides don't have the institutions, the thought process to figure out how to deal with this. And this is going to get worse rather than better. 2 structural factors. The first is GDP, great global competition. So what is the second factor? In Hong Kong, you're very familiar with 1 country, 2 systems, right? We now have a 1 world, 2 systems. This is China, this is the US. The political economic conflict in 1 diagram. Such a complicated issue. So here is China. China is very simple. It's a Chinese dining table. The top is a round circle that's GDP. It rests on 1 base dominated by the party, the government, state banks, development. Everyone's dependent upon the party. It's 1 big center. If you are efficient and you do it well, you have an incredibly effective growing machine. That is China. And the GDP gets bigger and bigger. This is the US Western dining table. 4 legs. Okay? The party, the government, private firms, they're all split up. It's more accountable. It's market driven. So what did the US think when they let China into WTO? They thought that China's political economic system would become like the Western one. It has not. And it will not. This is the second structural factor. These 2 factors totally explain US-China tensions. And how do I show its impact globally? Let's take a look at U.S. public opinion of China. Pew conducts an annual survey every year of what Americans think about China. Here is the pattern over the last 20, 30 years. Go back 20, 30 years, majority of Americans, unfavorable opinions, very low. The majority of Americans had favorable, positive views of China. As recently as 15 years ago, most Americans had positive views of China. As recently as 15 years ago. When did it start to change? When China became a major trading partner and it had soaring surpluses and America has tremendous deficits. Then you have the global financial crisis. China's looked on favorably because it was stimulating the global economy, so that Asia and the West appreciated China. So for the first 20 years of this period, economic factors dominate Western perceptions of China, and trade deficits become negative. Global financial crisis, China's response becomes positive. But the last 20, 25 years, it's changed. It's no longer economics dominate views. Political factors change. Every time you have a new regime, whether Xi Jinping becomes president, whether Trump becomes president, whether Biden becomes president, public opinion of the United States changes for the worse. Every turning point is driven by a new regime coming in, whether it's on the Chinese side or the American side, and you can see it go from 30% negative to 80, 90% negative. And now Trump is coming back in. But the interesting thing is that opinion immediately begins when you have a new political change in leadership. Politics matters. And unfortunately, over the last 15 years, the leadership on both sides have actually made the situation worse. So we're facing a very difficult situation. Two structural forces, not helpful. Political leadership, every time there's change, makes it worse. That's our problem today. Point 2, U.S. decoupling, China's retaliatory measures hurt both sides. What is China's response? New productive forces technology to promote high-tech self-sufficiency. The problem with China's response, and I'll show you later, the more technologically advanced China becomes, the slower it will grow. Now, not many people realize that. We think that if you become more innovative, more technically sophisticated, we think you'll grow faster. The reality is the opposite. The more innovative you are, the slower you will grow. What is America's strategy? Biden talks about U.S. anti-China restrictions like a large yard, a small yard with a high fence. So Biden says, we're going to focus on specific activities. It's not going to be wide-ranging, and we're going to create very steep barriers. The reality is it's not a small yard, high fence. It's actually a large yard with a low fence. And that large yard is all these kinds of restrictions: trade, investment, finance, people focus, visas, collaboration, tariffs, entity lists, export controls, threat to stock delisting, visa restrictions, consequences: shrinking trade, shrinking foreign investment, declining Chinese FDI, no more exchanges of academics, industrial policy to produce self-sufficiency, national security dominates, uncertainty, erosion of trust. Everybody is going to grow slower. You have a large yard, lots of negative actions. China tries to counter it. Everyone's going to be worse off. That's the first point. That's America's side. But China's been able to actually deal with this so far. It deals with it by no longer exporting to the United States so much, but by exporting to others. Vietnam, Mexico, Brazil, Europe, everywhere. So far these restrictions have not actually hurt China as much as you would have expected. That's why I call it a low yard. China's been able to get around it somehow. And the strange thing is, despite the Western pressures on China, the world is becoming more dependent on China, while China is becoming less dependent on the world. It's the exact opposite of what the Western strategy has become, because China's share of global exports continues to rise to record levels. The world is becoming more dependent upon China's exports. China's imports as a share of its GDP is declining. China is becoming less dependent upon the world. This is also a source of tension because what the West is seeing is not what it expected. They expected to become less dependent upon China, but they actually become more dependent. And they thought by restricting China, they would actually hold them back, but in fact, China's become more self-sufficient. So what is China's response? More innovative, new productive forces. So here's a diagram. This diagram measures the innovation rank of a country, how innovative they are, how technically advanced they are in relation to their per capita GDP. So the richer countries are over here, middle-income countries here, low-income countries here, and whether they're innovative or not is measured vertically, and there are institutions which measure a degree of innovation. So here are the world's 100 major economies, ranked according to how innovative they are, and you can see the US, Germany, Japan, South Korea, and here Kenya, Africa, Indonesia, against how wealthy they are. Now, when you think about a country being innovative, and you ask what determines it, the interesting thing is one factor accounts for 70% of the rank. One factor, not 100, one, GDP per capita. The richer you are, the more innovative you are. What's extraordinary is across countries, that one factor explains almost all the deviations. You don't have to think about anything else. Now, the second thing that's very interesting is, since it's such a powerful explanatory, everybody's practically on the line. You're more or less normal. Everybody's on this line. There are only three countries which are way above the line. That means they're more innovative than you would expect. I call them leapfroggers. Countries which try to become more innovative than you would expect for their income level, and they are only three: South Korea, China, India. Out of 100 countries, only three, okay? And China is, of course, trying to be above them all, investing in research, supporting with subsidies, developing links, looking at technology. Question: South Korea, China, India, they're leapfrogging ahead in terms of innovation. Does this affect their growth rates and GDP? And the answer is, it does, but negatively. The more innovative you become in these three countries, the slower they grow. Now, that doesn't make any sense. Why is it that when you try to become more innovative and you're developing all these new product lines, you actually grow slower rather than faster? So this strategy is China's strategy, but not too many people realize that this strategy will actually lead to slower growth rather than faster growth. Now, this is a very complicated subject, but I wanted to show you one graph. I'm going to focus on China. So what is China trying to do? It's trying to become more technologically sophisticated in all the major high-tech sectors, and there are about 18 of them: drugs, pharmaceuticals, electronics, cars, railways, IT, software, et cetera, and it wants to increase its share of global production. So the first question is, how successful is China in terms of trying to get a much larger share of global production in these 18 sectors? Here they are. So the steeper the line upwards, the more rapidly China is making progress in gaining global shares in things like railways, electrical equipment, computers, pharmaceuticals, motor vehicles, machines, et cetera. That's the vertical distance, the share of global value added for each of these high-tech sectors. What's on the horizontal line? R&D. How much money are they pouring into these activities? So the more money it costs, the further here you're on this direction. The more vertical you are, the more successful you are in capturing global production. So here's the problem in China. Its initial successes in chemicals, railways, electric equipment, machinery, very rapid progress, not very costly to develop. You don't have to waste a lot of money. But now you're getting into drugs, high-value semiconductors, aircraft, space development. Very expensive to make progress. And this is the problem going on in China. They are successful in getting global share of high tech, but the money involved is very, very high. China is going to grow slower. And what do we know about other examples? South Korea. South Korea is much more technologically advanced than we ever expected. It became as technologically advanced as Japan at a much lower income level. So it succeeded in becoming technologically very prominent, but South Korea's growth rate has been cut in half. Okay? So the second point I have is we're facing a period, forget about the trade tensions, tariffs, restrictions, China will also be facing a problem. It's going to grow slower because of innovation rather than being helped by innovation. Point 3, what does China need? It needs a growth strategy to grow faster at no cost. It doesn't have any money. All the money is being poured into high tech. It's all poured into property development. It's all poured into supporting local governments. It has no resources. So the big issue in China is, can China grow faster without any money coming from the budget or the banks or the fiscal revenue? And the answer is, for most countries, you can't do this. That's not realistic. You need to grow faster because you have to spend money. And China is strange. It is the only country where you could actually grow much faster without any more money being spent. And that's a huge lecture by itself, but it means that they have to do their residency policies and urbanization process differently. They actually have to promote services rather than manufacturing. They have to allocate their resources different parts of the country compared to what they're currently doing. And they have to narrow the profitability between SOEs and private firms. Now, that's a favorite issue, that state enterprises, they're not as profitable as private companies. But not too many people realize, before the financial crisis, the profitability return rates for state enterprises was exactly the same as private firms. And today the gap is enormous. Now, if we actually look at the gap and we look at what it was 15 years ago, we can explain exactly what firms are losing money and can you do anything about it? And the answer is you can. But no, not very many people realize that. If China addressed these issues, no further budgetary money required, no additional loans from commercial banks, it could grow 2 to 3% annually at no cost. So instead of growing at 5%, it could grow at 7 or 8% for another decade without any pressures on the budget. But you hardly ever seen that being debated. It's always talking about stimulus, monetary policy, fiscal policy, and they're always talking about increasing growth rate by a couple tenths of a percent rather than by 2 to 3 percentage points. Point 4, U.S.-China tensions will hurt China and Hong Kong's economic prospects. That is clear. But Hong Kong can counter by supporting China's innovation aspirations and strengthening Asia's trade and financial links with Asia, within Asia, and with the other regions, given Western decoupling pressures. There are 2 focal points that Hong Kong needs to focus on. This innovation issue going on in China, and what can Hong Kong do about it? And secondly, given globalization decoupling pressures, the supply chain links and the focus of trade is going to change. And therefore, how can Hong Kong adjust to that? These 2. But here's the third issue that you don't see recognized. The U.S.-China economic tensions, the conflict, cannot be resolved by the United States and China. Somebody else has to do it for them. That's Europe. Okay, not too many people realize that the solution in the future does not lie in U.S. or China, it lies in Europe. But we have a problem. Europe doesn't have the leadership or the capacity to deal with this now. But ultimately, the solution is going to come from Europe in different ways. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wang. As you can probably tell, we feel that it was not enough time indeed. But thank you for sharing some very thought-provoking signposting points for us to begin today's forum. It was really eye-opening. And up next, I would like to invite our second keynote speaker, Professor Rana Mitter, ST Lee Chair in U.S.-Asia Relations at the Harvard Kennedy School, to deliver the keynote address. Professor Mitter, please.
Thanks very much indeed. And let me give my thanks to Jane and all of the wonderful organizers and sponsors of this conference. It's a great pleasure to be back here in Hong Kong and to be able to give the second part of our discussion of the implications of the global economy for Hong Kong and beyond. I have to say that Yukon is always a hard act to follow, but in this particular case, he left us on a pretty hard stop with a challenge there. I guess as someone with a personal Asian heritage and background who works in the United States and has just come in from one of my homes in the UK, which I think still counts as Europe, maybe that kind of combination is what we're going to have to need for your European solution to US-China issues. We will see. But before we get there, I would like to follow very directly, actually, from what Yukon had to say. He gave us a tremendous amount to think about in terms of this big, challenging, in some ways inspiring, in some ways worrying picture about the US and China and how the global economy will be affected. And I think he introduced the word that is going to be key to most of our discussion this afternoon, and indeed probably for the next decade or more to come, and that is the word innovation. So I make no apology for my comments using the word innovation more than once in what I want to say. But I would like to focus in a little. We started with this big picture of the global economy and the US-China tensions from Yukon. I'm going to move us now into Hong Kong and some of the ways in which, as an outsider, but an outsider who has spent a lot of time in Hong Kong over the years. I don't even know when I first came to Hong Kong. I think like late 1980s. So I think I've been coming to Hong Kong for over 30 years now and hope to do so for many years to come, to place that in this wider context and give a few thoughts and even, I'll say now, a couple of provocations to the panel and the audience here to maybe set us thinking and talking throughout the rest of this afternoon. So let me start by giving you my points. Oh, can we get that moving? No. Okay, am I pressing the wrong button? Ah, there we go. Right. Thank you. So let me get my points. So having to go a couple, but I think Yukon gave us 4 points. Usually management consultants tell you have to have 3 points, but we're going to banish the management consultants this afternoon. Apologies to anyone from Bain or McKinsey in the room. And I'm going to go even further than Yukon and give us 7 points to start with here, but I'll address them briefly for reasons of time. These are areas that, broadly speaking, it seems to me are in the mix one way or another. Big factors that Hong Kong has, broadly going in its favor when it comes to thinking about what comes next. And many of them, as you'll see, link very much to those macro issues that Yukon has put forward in front of us today. So first of all, I think no surprise to anyone here, thinking about the Greater Bay Area strategy and what that means in practice. I'll come back to 1 or 2 of these points in the second part of what I have to say before I finish off. The second one is something that I think is, again, often underestimated, which is the unique and potentially very productive commercial legal environment that is available in Hong Kong. Of course, a commercial legal environment that is very much dominated by the heritage and legacy of English common law, but also, and this is perhaps different from some of what you might call the rival jurisdictions, Singapore comes to mind, right on the border with the emergence of a different and differently litigated civil law tradition in commercial practice just across the border in China itself. The ability to navigate those 2 legal worlds and bring them together is something that actually very few places outside Hong Kong have the capacity to do. And yet, in a world where the next panel on Belt and Road is going to be, as much as anything, marked by the success of the ability to undergo commercial arbitration, I think that that legal commercial environment will become more, not less, important. Third is something that, again, sometimes goes without saying, so it needs to be said, which is the continuing and indeed growing presence of the deep pools of capital that are available in Hong Kong. It is no coincidence that those pools of capital right here in Hong Kong sit just across the border from Shenzhen, one of the most powerful and fastest growing tech ecologies anywhere in Asia, more broadly speaking, but certainly within Greater China. As those geopolitical tensions that Yukon rightly flagged up in his presentation continue to deepen, and I'm afraid I do share the judgment that the relationship between the US and perhaps the West more broadly and China is going to be tense for a while. I think Europe may provide part of the solution, but not before there continue to be more divisions as well. Well, in that context, one of the possible advantages for Hong Kong is going to be the fact that the pools of capital in New York and even to some extent in London and other major European centres may be less immediately available or switchable as alternatives than the ones that sit right here on the doorstep. Doorsteps, though, bring in mind another factor which I know is going to come up later on, so I'll flag it up as a starter point here, which is the connectivity that has grown up over time between Hong Kong and Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia for too long has been a sort of geopolitical afterthought in the midst of discussions of major economic connections between North America, Europe, and Greater China. But I think that the growing sense that the ASEAN countries and their economies, and again I'll say a word about that in just a moment in a little more detail, are going to be one of those fast-changing factors which Hong Kong is well placed to connect with if it chooses to do so. Number 5 is the fact that, again, if we consider that question of not just Hong Kong, but the broader region around, and again, Greater Bay Area and beyond, we're talking about an area that, at least on a per capita basis, has an extraordinarily high GDP by global standards. What generally tends to happen, for very good reasons, is that you get a per capita GDP rating for mainland China without Hong Kong as a whole, which tends to be significantly lower, about 10K US per year. But that, of course, includes the many highly impoverished areas that still exist in the west and north of China. Considering the south of China as a region with its own connectivities in itself gives us pause to remember that this is something with the capacity for a much greater takeoff. Again, drawing on Yukon's point, and again, I promise we didn't actually really consult all that much with each other beforehand, but the connections to what you have to say are really very, very notable. When you get an area with a GDP per capita that is higher, your capacity for innovation increases commensurately as well. That leads to point 6, the question of new investment in R&D and new universities as part of that mixture. Hong Kong, of course, has for many years been an education city. I have a colleague back in the UK who is currently writing a biography of Sir Cecil Clementi, one of the founders of university education here in Hong Kong when he was the governor of the territory around 100 years ago. And that tradition, of course, has continued and expanded in all sorts of ways. It will need to continue to do so. And 7, and again worth noting, because of Hong Kong's continued status as an international entrepot, a centre which, of course, is much easier to access than much of the rest of Greater China even today, access to major markets around the world continues to be an asset in terms both of physical access and connectivity and also electronic connection without interference. It remains very important and should remain a constant that, unlike in the rest of Greater China on the mainland, internet and cyber connectivity with Hong Kong remains highly free and open. So plenty of plus points that enable the strategy for Hong Kong to continue in some very positive directions. But let us just spend a minute or two, thinking about some of the issues that will need to be dealt with. Whoop, wrong way. Let's try it down. Ah, okay. Wonder if our tech people, I was about to say okay, yes, there we go, yes. I have to say, innovation and technology are not things that usually work very well in my fingers, as you can tell there too. This is what Harvard professors are for, as you've probably gathered by now. Okay, so I said I'd give you a few provocations, and I will show you, if I may, this particular consultancy report. You can see the reference point there. Feel free to look it up yourself directly. And I've chosen it because, to provoke you, it puts forward the 10 most innovative cities in the world, in its view. This is, of course, partly subjective, but nonetheless, it doesn't include Hong Kong in its top 10. Why not? It does, after all, include Beijing. It includes Singapore, includes, of course, San Francisco, Seoul, London, and a variety of other major metropolitan areas. It does not include Hong Kong. Now, I think you can, and I hope somebody will at some point, dispute this and argue that actually this listing isn't entirely accurate. But let's just look at these two factors. I won't read them out in huge detail, but these are what the report has to say about what it's measuring when it looks at those factors of innovation. And then we'll see how Hong Kong measures up against them. I can see Yukon looking in detail at their innovation description and see if it matches yours. We'll have the debate later on. Okay, first of all, levels of foreign direct investment are what it's talking about there in terms of direct input. And that's one of the areas where, number 4, Beijing, may start to have issues, for reasons, again, that Yukon and others have mentioned, as the division in terms of the tech ecologies between China and the broader Western world continue to diverge. These factors may change at some point soon. The question of how far and how much Hong Kong is able to take that place should be a matter of active debate. At one level, it will, of course, be a question of how far and how extensive the United States is willing to permit that kind of FDI to actually come into Hong Kong. But it also, and let's be frank about this, is a factor of how far the Chinese government is willing to allow that kind of input as well. So there are questions to be asked on both sides. Then, and this is actually my main point, the concentration of talent present in a city, it puts there in bold letters, includes judgment on higher education, standard of education amongst the population, how many younger people you have between 20 and 40, and what percent of jobs are in high-tech industries. And again, on this rating at any rate, it should be of concern that Hong Kong is not higher on that particular list. So let's continue to just look at a couple of slides that give a little bit of detail on what's been happening and where it might need to change. This is a set of figures that, broadly speaking, come out of UNESCO databases on how much Hong Kong as a territory has been spending over time on education. That's public spending on education, not just higher education, to be fair, it's public education in high schools and primary schools as well, but it is a data set that stretches over about 30 years. And as you can see, it's gone up and down. It's certainly over time, over the last decade or so, been increasing in at some significant level. But you see here the level of comparison. Hong Kong isn't doing badly, but it's also not doing spectacularly better in terms of percentage of total spending on education. And that is something that, again, in terms of thinking where Hong Kong has an advantage, but also where it needs to do more, that things might need to come to a sharper conclusion. Hong Kong has many advantages, but there are various things that it strikes me are not probably sensible directions to go. For instance, the reality of 50 years ago when Made in Hong Kong was one of the predecessors of Made in China in terms of manufacturing in textiles, light plastic goods and so forth. Those jobs have moved away from Hong Kong into South China and now beyond that to Southeast Asia a long time ago. It seems unlikely they would come back. It seems unlikely that a sensible Hong Kong strategy would want those kind of low-value, low-wage manufacturing jobs to come back here. So the answer surely has to lie in better training and innovation. And some of that, of course, will involve higher spend on higher education. And bearing in mind, this doesn't come cheap. If you're talking about the highest level of scientific attainment, there are reasons that, to go back to, I won't go back to the previous slide, but if you look at both San Francisco and San Jose, California, they have very, very high-level tech ecologies with extremely expensive sunk costs in terms of the combination of what you get in the public sector, including universities and state industrial investment, private universities, and of course a hugely innovative private sector with graduates from the one taking jobs in the other. It's very hard to reproduce that kind of system. Parts of China, though, have done that, at least in part. Beijing, again, on that list of innovative cities in that sense. Hong Kong, at the moment, hasn't quite made the leap over the edge. The other advantage, or two advantages, that Hong Kong has potentially, and it's on the edge at the moment as to whether or not it'll be able to do that, but that links to, first of all, its long-standing tradition of having an education system, both in the public sector and at the primary and secondary level, and at the higher education level, that are more open and more able to innovate in an intellectual sense than is the case in the mainland, for reasons, broadly speaking, of different political systems that we understand. Whatever the broader changes in the city, it is very important that ability in the higher education sector and in the world of changing and innovative thought, more generally speaking, not just in hard sciences, but also in the social sciences and humanities that inform them, remains free and open and lively and robust, and sometimes argumentative. Just to take one particular area where potentially this part of the world can have a huge impact on what happens in the next decade of innovation, and that is the ethics of artificial intelligence. To be at the forefront of that field, and that field will be one of the most important in global technology for decades to come, you of course need to be at the cutting edge of AI. And this part of the world has plenty of potential. Indeed, it's already getting there in many ways. But you also have to be at the cutting edge of ethics. And that only happens in the broadest and widest intellectual sphere that is possible. The good news is that, like some of the things Yukon's mentioned, it costs absolutely $0 and 0 cents to have that kind of openness. The downside is that it does often involve awkward and difficult conversations which don't always sit comfortably, but that is the price that one pays for genuine innovation. And to take my last slide, it can produce huge rewards. Because a Hong Kong that really leans into becoming a center for intellectual as well as technological innovation, and also preserves one of the other factors that you still have, which is a widely shared sense of English language higher education, along with the development of Cantonese and Putonghua, is that connectivity, which has been mentioned by Yukon and is going to be, I think, talked about in much more detail in the next panel on Belt and Road by our other speakers, is the ability to work with those fast-growing economies in the neighborhood. And again, just to give you the figures that you have there, kind of a snapshot of per capita GDP, again, coming back to one of Yukon's points there, not all of these places are necessarily going to be in the near future partners in that innovation story. It will be tougher for the Philippines. It will be tougher for Cambodia. But clearly Malaysia, Indonesia, and Thailand are on the way to that particular direction of travel. And Singapore, of course, has long since found itself in a position to be a very, very significant part of that conversation. And again, these things are not simply one way. They are mutually constitutive. So the willingness if, again, I think taking Bernard Chan's challenge from the introductory comments, if the willingness of Hong Kong to use its positive capacities to make the economies of Southeast Asia and the neighborhood part of that changing ecology is something that is strategized and people are operating in a common direction, then that seems entirely possible. But it is something that will involve effort and direction. It's not something that can simply be asked for, expected to arrive passively and asked for, in a sense, without having to make those sorts of commitments. So with those thoughts together, I would say that certainly the global story that we've heard about already is one that absolutely has a place for Hong Kong in it. But there are real challenges that Hong Kong's wider public community, of public and private sector, innovation, entrepreneurs, and those who are involved in keeping its role as an international city in a changing world will have to think very hard. Fortunately, that's what we're all here to do this afternoon. I look forward to being part of that conversation now, and I hope for many years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Mitter. Thank you. Please do return to the floor, and we shall be resetting the stage for our first open dialogue. Professor Mitter promised us a debate, and I think a debate it is that we will soon be seeing on stage. Well, audience, if you would like to participate in the panel discussion by posing your question to our panelists, please do utilize either the QR code that will be displayed on the screen in a moment, or you could utilize the program rundown, which is the longer sheet of paper. There is a QR code on the corner. You could scan it and pose any questions that you might have to our group of panelists on stage in a minute. Well, as we have just heard just now, the intensified geopolitical tensions, new trade dynamics, investment patterns, international relations, etc., underscore the urgent need for economic de-risking. And these developments present both challenges and opportunities. We have heard one of the key words from our two speakers, and that is innovation. Does more innovation slow the growth of GDP, or does it really mean that there is a space for Hong Kong to further develop into? And I think that's what we are here to discuss. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to once again invite back on stage Dr. Huang and Professor Miller, please. Dr. Huang and Professor Mitter, please do join us on stage once again. A big hand for the two gentlemen. And we'd also like to invite on stage Mr. Bernard Chan and our session chair, Dr. Victor Fong, Chairman of Fong Investments, Chairman of Asia Global Institute at the University of Hong Kong. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Dr. Fong, the floor is all yours.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to just add my own very warm welcome to all of you. It is really amazing, Jane, that you filled the room completely. And I think it really also testifies to the quality of our speakers and also how important this particular subject is. As Bernard said in his opening, I think we're really at a very important point in Hong Kong's development. You know, everybody is aware of Hong Kong's past success and what we have done. The question is, we're facing a very different world today. And everything that we know needs to be re-examined to see how we can adapt to really what the future looks like. And I must say, our two speakers have given us a tremendous amount of food for thought. I must say, in a short period of time, I think each of you have given us at least 4 or 5 new thoughts on how we look at really Hong Kong's future positioning and our future competitiveness. You know, really thinking out of the box instead of just repeating what we were doing for the last 30 years. And I think that, to me, is the major thing, and that's, if you allow me, we'll focus on that. But before we go to our speakers on specific points that they made, let me turn the floor over to you, Bernard, because you haven't had a chance to have an opening keynote, although your overall introduction. But on this particular topic that we have for this session, what are your thoughts from a Hong Kong local perspective?
I think we only have less than 25 minutes, so usually I would take 45 minutes just on my part. But I think most of you are here for the two eminent speakers, not me. But just want to say, in the year of it's a digital era. The good thing and bad thing about digital is everyone is connected to something. So Yukon, Dr. Huang, as you were speaking, I already got a message from a friend of mine, one of you here in the room, texting me, I disagree with you. Anyway, well, that's great. People are paying attention to you, to your analysis and your assumptions. So, but let me go straight to your point raised. Europe is the solution to hopefully taming the tension between the U.S. and China. But I was in Europe about a month ago promoting Hong Kong, and everyone I spoke to in Europe tends to only focus on Ukraine and Russia. That's, to them, is the imminent crisis Europeans are facing. No one is interested to talk to me. In fact, the guy talked to me and said, oh, sorry, thank you. It's a great presentation, but I mean, basically say, well, we have problem with Russia, and you are friends with Russia, right? I was like, okay, well, that's not what I'm here for. I'm here to talk about Hong Kong. But here is the problem. I agree. I think Europe is, I think not just Europe, I think the rest of the world needs to come into the picture. I think ASEAN could be also intermediary for that matter. But I think everyone has their own agenda. Every politician everywhere has their own more immediate issue to deal with, or I should say the next election that they should worry about. So it doesn't sound like it's going to be an immediate solution for us. But I think the bigger issue, coming back to Professor Mita's point earlier too, is for the success of Hong Kong model always has been for the longest time the so-called laissez-faire. We don't matter with picking winners. The beauty of Hong Kong is we have a great platform, the rule of law, transparency. People are very familiar with what we do, and that's it. The government don't get involved in picking winners, nor we pick, or we even decide what we should go ahead. Meantime, in mainland China, they operate completely the opposite way. So I still remember me growing up, we used to think that, well, that's China. We are Hong Kong, and we are smarter. We do things the business way, where everything else in China is more about state policy and so on. Well, 30 years later, it turns out they have far more winners than us. It's almost, we're sort of in this dilemma. I'm thinking, wait a minute, maybe we should be paying more attention to them. In fact, we should, because if 1.4 billion people is heading in one direction, Professor Yukshan, we are both MPC members. I remember when I started 15 years ago attending the meetings in Beijing. Oh my God, the pollution was terrible. Actually, corruption too. All the same. But the pollution is terrible. Poverty is a big issue. Corruption is an issue. And you never thought that they were ever going to make significant change in my lifetime. But yet, in 20 years, wow, you have blue skies in Beijing most of the time. Poverty, straight poverty is basically addressed. Corruption has also been addressed. And so you start to wonder, is this top-down approach is a better way out than the so-called check and balances system that we are so familiar with in the Western world? Now, I'm not saying I have an answer either, but I'm just saying it starts to really make us thinking about which ideology should be the right way out. Now, Hong Kong being the one country, two system, and this is interesting, right? We need to be both. We need to understand both systems. We need to understand where the 1.3, 1.4 billion people are heading, and yet we also connect to the world. So we also need to understand and appreciate how the rest of the world operate. I think this is the most interesting time when I think even though we are 27 years into return to China, I think for the longest time we still operate pretty much the two system only. But I think for the first time in the last few years, we now slowly have to really appreciate the beauty of the one country, the fact that we are so close to them. We really need to understand what the aspiration of the 400 million rising middle class in China.
Yeah, I think, Bernard, thank you for that. I think you put your finger on, really one of the major mental changes that we're experiencing in recent years in Hong Kong. But let me take off from there and dive right in. I think Yukon and Rana, both of you really focused on this issue of innovation. And I was quite shocked, Yukon, by your thought that the more you innovate, the slower the growth. Okay, I was thinking maybe there's a big factor here. How about productivity increase with innovation? And then the other question then in my mind is, if that's true and that you have positioned as one of the issues that China has to deal with, what role can Hong Kong do to actually help with that and turn it around? And maybe that would then maybe go on to some of your thoughts, Rana, on this innovation issue.
Let me begin by the following. When you're a very rich country, like the US, Germany, Japan, Switzerland, your only source of growth is innovation, technology. You don't grow by having more people or investment. You grow from innovation and knowledge. When you're a middle income and low income, you grow because you're producing more. You're manufacturing. You're building roads. Innovation is only a small part of that. So that line, which shows that the most richest countries are more innovative, poor countries are less innovative, it suggests to many people, well, rich countries are more innovative, so if I become more innovative, I'll be rich. That's the causation, that we think that way. The causation is actually the opposite. When you're rich, you're innovative. Not that if I'm innovative, I become rich. Why is it when you're rich, you become more innovative? When you're rich, you have the institutions, the education establishments, the incentives, the legal framework, everything else. They don't come easily. They come with the growth of all sorts of things. So that's why per capita GDP is such a good proxy. I can't build the world's best university in a poor country in Africa and expect that African country to be innovative and rich. It won't be. It's not ready. Okay. Now, the second issue is, can you leapfrog ahead? Can I pour money into research, experimentation, support for ventures, and be successful? And in China, yes. They are making tremendous advances in high-tech areas, faster than many people expect, but not many people realize how costly it is. South Korea is globally competitive in petrol-fired vehicles, but South Korea's automobile sector economically doesn't make sense. It doesn't generate growth. Okay? Now, China doesn't have a choice now. You have a war, conflict. It wants to be self-sufficient, cannot be dependent. So it has no choice but to become more innovative and pour more money. So what is the implication for Hong Kong? The implication for Hong Kong is that is what China's going to do, and Hong Kong needs to see how it can feed into that. So it doesn't have to get into the issue of whether innovation drives growth or not. It doesn't matter. China is going to be. And then the question for Hong Kong is, how do I feed into that process? And Rana was talking about some of the education, high-tech areas that you need to be in that area. So that's how you square the context here.
Okay, maybe we move on to you. Rana, you know, I've always thought everybody talks about the fact that we have really a world-class university system. And we, in the top 100 of the world's universities, we have 5. And the question is, we've asked ourselves constantly, how do we utilize that? And especially as a part of the whole ecosystem in conjunction with the mainland, or if not the mainland, at least the GBA. The question is how, and how do we actually integrate that, in this area that we could really make a difference in the whole innovation process?
So I'm happy to answer that, and I think the answer is going to be one territory, 2 education ecologies. We're going a lot with the 1 and 2 thing here, but I think this one might be something.
Wait, 1 territory,
2 education ecologies.
ecologies.
Give me 2 minutes, and I'll 1.5.
I need to think about that while you talk.
I'll attempt to back this up, and feel free, everyone, to come in and push back. Okay, let me explain what I mean by that. And first of all, it leads on directly, and I promise you that you and I are not kind of mind melding, but we're very much in the same place. If you think about the implications of what he just explained about what seems to be counterintuitive, about it's not actually you innovate to get rich and then you can innovate. the section of my slide when I talked about just talking about South China, call it GBA, it's a bit beyond that, but let's call it that, which if you just look at that, has a much, much higher per capita GDP than China as a whole. And I'd say that linked to that, using your example of, where you can put universities, there are some very good universities in lots of parts of China, places like Lanzhou. But the facts are that the very best universities in China are not in Qinghai. They're not in Gansu. They're not in those sorts of relatively more economically deprived parts of the country yet. That may change. Mm-hmm. They are in Beijing, they're in the south, they're in the east, they're in Hangzhou, they're in Shenzhen, etc. So that same point, if you take the region, because China's so huge, that you can almost treat it as separate areas of one country that that have different economic fates. That then sends you in the direction of, so what can Hong Kong do? Well, Hong Kong has the not coincidental advantage, of course, of being at the southern tip of one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful, of those ecologies. But it also has a few things in terms of its innovation ecology that are different from the mainland. Off the top of my head, let me give you the ones that come to mind. I mentioned a couple of them, but just to say again, because I think they're important. First of all, the ability to really provide a wide-ranging English language education. Now, this is problematic and difficult in one way because, China is moving into an era when, there's more pride in making sure that innovation happens at home. There's more desire to use Putonghua, more broadly speaking, as well as Cantonese. That's an internal Chinese debate that's going to be going on. But I think it will be unwise to lose access to that English language atmosphere because even though some of the very finest universities in mainland China, Tsinghua, Beida, whatever, have some English language courses, that is not the same as knowing that Southeast Asian and broader global diaspora, not diaspora, population of people who want, particularly from the global south, from sub-Saharan Africa, from Southeast Asia, from Latin America, to explore new innovation frontiers, will not be able to participate fully, I think, in the mainland atmosphere for a long time to come. Their Putonghua won't be strong enough to do that. Mm-hmm. In Hong Kong, they can. And linked to that, the fact that although there have been changes recently, academic borders are open and internet is open in Hong Kong in a way that is harder to find in the mainland now. That is a difficult thing to confront in terms of the political differences, but actually it makes a real difference to Hong Kong, and it's worth having those conversations of how that can be preserved and used because it gives a real point of advantage and difference for this territory.
Okay, I think, Ronnie, you make a very good point. I think in order to tap into the global ecosystem of innovation and even business, I think the lingua franca is English. And the ability to use English to really get into community and combine the thoughts of those community with what you can do locally is essential for creativity and breakthrough. The fact that you can translate other people's papers, but you don't function in that community with the English language is actually a great setback. And what you're really saying is Hong Kong has that advantage, and I would add the footnote that we must preserve it going forward. So let me now, maybe you can't move to you, which is the thing that Bernard started with. Obviously, we're all concerned about this US-China relations. Despite the best efforts of many people in the room, myself included, it doesn't look like it is easy to improve that relationship. And what you're really introducing is the concept that bilateral relationship between the US and China is obviously important to the two countries. But it's not just the two countries, it's important to other countries that are affected by this relationship. So actually, I think other people would be interested parties in this relationship. But I would like to ask you, why single out Europe? Why Europe and not other important countries? Maybe even our near neighbors like ASEAN could play a very important role in that relationship. Why Europe?
Or even Middle East. So.
Yeah.
Let me say that.
Where the money is. Yeah.
I agree with you that ASEAN and the Middle East all have an important role. But here's the problem. In economics, we have something called game theory. And there's one particular puzzle. It's called the prisoner's dilemma. If you have two major powers, and they're in conflict with each other, and both are powerful, and they believe in their objectives like the US and China, they will strike each other and retaliate, and neither side can ever win. And both sides will be worse off. That's why we call it the prisoner's dilemma. So that's what's going to happen. Now, what is the solution to the prisoner's dilemma? The answer is the two people involved can't solve the problem. Somebody else has to. So that somebody else has to be pretty powerful, because he's dealing with two major powers. That's Europe. Now, Europe right now can't solve the problem, as people have mentioned. Their leaders are not on the same wavelength. There's the Ukraine war, so I don't see Europe's solution coming in the near future.
Mm-hmm.
But what makes Europe different from the United States in terms of this? Europe does not have what I call great power phobia. It's not going to be military dominant, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why it's not going to be like the US or China. Europe is 3 times economically connected with China in terms of production than America is, given its same economic size.
Mm-hmm.
Europe will find that after the Ukraine war, it's not going to have close relations with Russia. It's way behind the United States technologically. Can it afford to ignore Asia and China? And the answer is out. To share technology and security considerations to provide 5G for the world. And only Europe and China can do this. Europe, unlike US, wants green.
Look at the example of the early days of the European Common Market. What you want is free flow of information, free flow of people, free flow of goods, and uninterrupted, but yet 2 different customs territories. And that may, in fact, be a bridge to that particular dilemma. But Yukon, something you said earlier, I think is also, I'd like to just expand on a little bit. If, you US, in same size as China, et cetera. I'd like to, again.
This is unique to Hong Kong, so you can strengthen that. So that's where I think you need to go. But let me make one point, which I think customs union and links, right? You're talking about trade and financial flows. What about knowledge flows? Okay? Why is Europe not innovative? It's totally integrated trade-wise and financial-wise, but it's not innovative because Europe's borders retard the flow of knowledge. And that's why San Diego, Los Angeles, and Sacramento are not innovative, economically connected with San Francisco, because knowledge is exchanged over the lunch table, not over the internet, not over the phone. So that's why I'm saying the issue, we've always been focusing about mobility of capital, mobility of goods, mobility of people. But now in the new age, we're talking about how do you improve the mobility of ideas? And that's innovation, and that is really difficult and tricky.
Mm-hmm. And a very quick follow-up,
yes,
I completely agree. But again, getting to the point of where Hong Kong has an advantage, both in terms of the literal accessibility of Hong Kong from around the world, with those various lunch tables and dinner tables where people can exchange ideas, and also in the cyber world. The fact that, for its own political reasons, we all know that, there is a significant restriction in terms of how data can flow in and out and around in mainland at the moment. At the moment, it's not a customs division, but it is a division essentially of information flow in Hong Kong. I would say that pressing very hard on making sure that Hong Kong retains that advantage is one way to keep something very special and important for that next phase of growth.
I can't agree more, Rana. And, we're fighting hard to actually be that point. Data Switzerland, and how to actually maintain that place where, data from both the mainland and internationally can commingle, and how we preserve that ability. But that leads very naturally in the point I want to ask you. You talked about the use of AI, and really talked about, maybe Hong Kong isn't advanced enough or big enough or powerful enough to advance the frontiers of AI, especially from a hardware and software basis. But there are other aspects that are very important in AI, like ethics. And I think that really, you open up my mind into a whole area that, Hong Kong actually has a lot of connectivity in my mind, especially in the trade and other area globally. But how do we take advantage of that, especially in this era, to go into new, what I would call high-level services that would actually bring into our physical world and the technical side some softer subjects that are so important to humanity. Obviously I can go further to talk about sustainability, etc. But what about how would we play a role in the ethics of AI, which really struck me in your opening remarks?
And it's just one example, I think, of a much wider range of things, Victor, where the understanding of what is sometimes, I think, misleadingly called the soft skills, actually they're often very, very important as skills, are very, very central to actually creating not just technology, in society as it is, but the way that it's used and the way that it's experienced. And what can Hong Kong's role be? Well, I think it is very, very potent, the capacity that you have here, if you choose to use it. One of the things that is very visible at the moment is Hong Kong as part of a much wider debate about what it means to be Chinese. And this is, part of a changing way in which, as the world becomes perhaps a little bit more inclined to throw up barriers, people feel more aware of their own cultures, their own societies around the world. We've seen that in elections in plenty of places, both west, east, north, and south. I want to push back against that a little bit, because one of the things I think that being a historian of China teaches me is, in a phrase I've used before and I will use it here, that China is a plural noun. The idea that there is one way of being Chinese, that there is one particular set of definitions, and that that's something that only can be understood through one particular set of understandings of politics, of culture, is very restrictive. And that kind of restriction, I think, also has spillover effects when we think about something like how do we understand ethics. For instance, in this part of the world, some of the most innovative research that should be going on is how Confucian thinking and the traditions of China's philosophical, long-standing traditions can shape ideas of ethics in the 21st century and beyond. But to do that, you have to have a full knowledge of the wide range of ways in which Confucian thinking, the Rujia tradition, has been understood. Of course, it's more conservative versions, but also the liberal ones, the ones that spread across the borders into places like Southeast Asia, Japan, and beyond, how they interact with ideas of democracy, how they interact with ideas of other types of local philosophy. I will just, time is short, so let me just mention one name of someone who I think could well be discovered and is still widely read in parts of mainland China, Liang Shuming, one of the great 20th century philosophers of China, who has sometimes been called the last Confucian because he operated in that tradition, but was very much also someone who thought about socialism, reform of society, and how China could be absolutely true to its own traditions, but be deeply pluralist. That kind of rediscovery of China's own broad thinkers, I think will help to shape exactly those sorts of ideas that you're talking about, and there's ethical debates that will be central to how technology innovates in this city as well.
Well, that was very, very perceptive, Rana. I think you're now really moving into a whole area of culture, and also the background that Hong Kong actually has the ability to really be familiar with Western culture and, of course, our own Chinese culture, and how we can blend those, even with very technical subjects like AI, to make a real difference. In fact, I can give you another concrete example that we've done. This is just before the COVID. I don't know if people are even in the audience are aware of this. One of the very important issues in the medical field of gene splicing, really putting, basically changing your DNA. It's a very technical question, of course, but there's a huge ethical sense that, should you be creating new human beings? What are the ethics of gene splicing? And, we actually convened in Hong Kong before COVID, one of the first global conferences on the ethics of gene splicing. So what you really, and at that meeting, the experts from around the world, in fact, one had subsequently became a Nobel Prize winner, And then all the experts from the mainland actually congregated in Hong Kong to actually discuss that issue. And we have the background and the cultural, if you would, and the other societal aspects of it, and frankly, the legal. Our legal people are very strong too, and both, as you were suggesting, both common law and sort of Napoleonic Code, etc., that actually would look at these issues from a legal position completely differently. So these are just, that was actually a concrete example. It happened. And you can look at the proceedings of that particular conference. Now, what you're suggesting is this is the whole field, that Hong Kong may be in a position to be really active in. Bernard, you want to add something?
No, I just want to say in my opening remarks, I mentioned, in fact, our two speakers here also mentioned about connectivity. I think that's the value of Hong Kong add to China throughout, as many years that I remember, although I wasn't even born in the 50s, but apparently we served that connectivity in the 50s when there was an embargo going on. And in the 70s when China embarked on their own market reform, Hong Kong served that connectivity. Into the last 20 years, we bring capital to China, help Chinese company. I think the next 20 years is also helping China to go abroad. That's another connectivity. Now, however, given Yukon, you're saying about the political tension, I think if we talk strict politics, yes, I don't see how there's any room for compromise. But yet, on other areas, as Reina or Victor alluded to, there could still be areas of mutual interest. Now, the signs that we used to know, right? Nowadays, if you talk digital, data, or no go, that's also no good. I think all the academic institutions are cutting ties with China. But there are still areas where they are still common. I hope there we can find some mutual ground. Can Hong Kong serve their purpose to create that opportunities where we can continue to say agree to disagree because there's our mutual interest. So culture is definitely one, or could be climate change or other matters. I just hope that we can still continue to find these rooms. Hong Kong can create that connectivity for China that perhaps is not as easy if they go direct.
Chairman, I think we may need to wind up here because there's somebody waving big signs in the back. Yeah, we just got started. We could be here all afternoon. But before I go, I like to give justice. I got a whole series of things here. But most of the questions really has to do with, we are very proud of our heritage of being an international city. And looks like we're losing that ground now, globally. How can we think about reversing that course? And can I just give each of our, panel members just 1 minute to just give your thoughts on how we can think about reversing our image, that seems to be, changing.
I give mine 1 minute to both of them. You have extra 30 seconds each.
Okay, Rana, would you like to go first? And then we'll have Yukon wrap up.
I'll give you an honest answer. Propagate, encourage, spread the desire, spread the word to the world, and particularly in the United States, that you want and that you welcome robust, difficult, and awkward conversations about things that matter to you, even when sometimes that may create difficulties and tensions. Those difficult conversations are worth having, and they make Hong Kong feel open and distinct and a place that actually can ask tough questions and come up with powerful answers.
Well, we have not shied from grilling both you guys. So I hope that's a good start. No, yes, Yukon, you have the last word.
I would just reiterate what Rana was mentioning about education and research and the knowledge transfer process. I think Hong Kong has a tremendous role in this area. The issue here is you're going to have a different world. In a different world, where are you going to focus on? So you're going to face protectionism. You're going to see issues about decoupling. So one thing is clear is that East Asia region thrives upon links and connectivities. But it's going to be different. It's going to be more within the region. And then you have to reshape your relationships with that view. How do you promote that? And secondly, I would say, as someone mentioned, you're also going to reach out to Latin America or Europe or Middle East in some ways. And what aspects of that will change, and how can you link up to those areas? So by tinkering with what I call your connectivity issues, Hong Kong can best see how the new environment will affect its own comparative advantages.
Well, with that, then, all it left for me to do is to thank our wonderful speakers on your behalf. Thank you very much.
And a big thank you to Dr. Fong for hosting the session for us. Can I invite the gentlemen to please stand slightly forward for a group photo for the camera? Shall we? So please pose for a photo for the camera. Looking straight ahead with the official photographer. And smile for the camera, please. Yes. I think everyone would agree with me that it was an exceptionally insightful discussion that we had just now with this panel that was wonderful. And we shall now be having a 10-minute coffee and tea break. Coffee and tea is being served at the foyer area. Please come back in 10 minutes for our next keynote address to discuss China's role in the Belt and Road and the emerging markets in ASEAN, as well as opportunities for Hong Kong. Thank you very much, gentlemen, on stage, and I'll see you back in 10 minutes. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're enjoying the coffee break so far. We shall be beginning our second half of the afternoon session any moment. Hence, we urge that you please do be seated, and we shall be beginning any moment. Thank you. 各位來賓，我相信咧，大家都應該喺我哋嘅中間小休時間咧，都有機會可以飲到一杯咖啡。我哋希望喺1分鐘後咧開始我哋以下嘅環節，請大家盡快就座。各位來賓、女士們、先生們，我們希望可以盡快開始我們下午的第2部分，請各位來賓盡快回座，謝謝。Hi, ladies and gentlemen. We shall be beginning our second half of the afternoon session. Hence, we urge that you please be seated. Thank you. 各位來賓，我哋下午嘅第二部分即將開始，請大家盡快回座。各位來賓，我們下午的第二部分即將開始，請各位回座，謝謝。Hi everyone, welcome back from the coffee break. After the very inspiring first session, we shall now be proceeding on to our next session, themed China's role in the Belt and Road and ASEAN emerging markets, as well as opportunities for Hong Kong. I would like to invite on stage Professor Tony Chan, former president of King Abdullah University of Science and Technology and former president of the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, to deliver the keynote. Professor Chan, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. It's great to be back in Hong Kong. Many old friends, and I've met many new friends. You know, when I got the invitation from our Hong Kong Foundation, you know, I'm a big admirer of a CH. So I don't care what the topic was. I say yes. Okay? But it turns out the topic is of a lot of interest to me, and I'll say why. But when I look at it more carefully, you know, Belt and Road and ASEAN, I'm not an expert on that. I'm not an economist like Yukon or historian like Rana. Where are they? I don't know where they are. Probably still out there. So I feel like a little fish out of water. So I changed the topic a little bit. Okay, I'll say something about ASEAN and Belt and Road, but I added Middle East. Okay. By the way, this is not the latest slide because I changed it to Saudi Arabia actually, but it's okay. It's okay. I can make do because I don't know the Middle East. I mean, I've been to many countries in the Middle East, but I know Saudi Arabia the best. As some of you know, I was the president of HKUST for about a decade, and then for the past 6 years, I've lived in Saudi Arabia as president of KAUST, this one. But I stepped down as president 3 months ago. So first, a disclaimer, okay? I am an independent person. I don't speak for any institution. I don't speak for any government. So in case someone is watching, I'm speaking only for myself, okay? So, all right, no liability on our Hong Kong Foundation. Okay, let me get my... Yeah, so I think there's no more apt time to discuss this topic, as you heard from the last panel. I will try to add to the points for discussion later on. That's really my point. So I don't need to introduce you to Belt and Road. I just went online and grabbed this picture. But I think it's good because it has the routes in there. Obviously, the blue one is the road. The road is in the sea. It's a little confusing. And the yellow part is the belt. Okay, it's the new Silk Road. You can think of it that way. But if you look at it, is it a debt trap? Or is it for development and infrastructure? There's a big debate going on in the world. I should ask Yukon about that. If you look ask the Westerners, they may have a certain view. If you look ask the Chinese government, they have a different view. But it's quite clear that, to me, it's China's geopolitical breakout. Because if you look at this, you know, it cannot go that side, so it goes this side, okay, and ultimately reach Europe. But in particular, if you look at Hong Kong is right here, right? It's a little dot, okay? ASEAN is right here. That's a pretty big area. It's our neighbor. Middle East is here. And I think there's some color code which is cover up. So the dark green is the country with the largest trade relationship with China. That's how I remember. And so if you look at it, So Middle East actually is as crucial as ASEAN for slightly different reason. Because Middle East is actually could be Belt and the Road. I think it's just arbitrarily separated too, because you got to give like Iran something and Saudi Arabia something else. Okay, so they separate the two. So it's quite obvious that this is a very, very historical, I would say, initiative. So Hong Kong, right? We're talking about Hong Kong. I consider myself a Hong Konger, okay? Let me tell you a brief story. So when I decided to come back to HAUST to be president, I was working in the US government. I was working for the US National Science Foundation, okay? So I told my director, first one to know, I said, I'm going to Hong Kong to become a president. He said, Tony, you're going to China. I said, no, I'm going to Hong Kong. Isn't Hong Kong part of China? He said, I said, you're right. So this is actually by, what, 15 years ago I'm talking about. So it tells you a little bit of perspective, okay? But anyway, Hong Kong is undergoing what I call a changing world order. You read Ray Dalio's book, it's quite obvious, okay? So US-China rivalry, at the end, this is a basic thing. It's going from bad to worse. I think the former panel has talked about this. It's comprehensive. It's trade, it's tech, it's finance, military, also ideological. I would say in the future it's talent and culture, and that was covered a little bit by the former panel. But it's clear that the world becoming multipolar. In fact, when I use the word multipolar among my colleagues in the West, they don't like the term, for obvious reason, okay? So, but there's a rising importance for what's called the global South, and ASEAN is part of that. I would say Middle East is also part of that. Hong Kong is a one country, two system. The view from the West. Rana and Yukon, you live in the US, I suppose, for a long time. There's no difference to all my friends, and you watch the politician in the US. Hong Kong is part of China. Even 15 years ago, right? I told you the story. There's it's certainly more one country than two system. It's actually ironic because I think if I understand, for a long time, right? China wants to remind Hong Kong that it's one country. Now the West is looking at Hong Kong as one country only. Isn't it ironic? That's where we are now. All the sanctions you heard about that Trump may add to it, export control is very important. If you want to buy NVIDIA, the high-level chips, not the CEO, he was here last week, but if you want to buy the high-end chips or tariffs, it applies to China, but it also covers Hong Kong. In fact, I think it was 2 weeks ago, there was an executive order by President Biden on 3 areas, AI, quantum, and chips. It covers Hong Kong, okay? So you can go and look at it. So the other elephant in the room is how can Hong Kong distinguishes itself from, I say Shanghai, but it's one of the major, from mainland, and other parts in even Asia, like Singapore. This is that was also covered a little bit. We can discuss further in the discussion. Now, we got to think differently. We have to maintain our traditional competitive advantage. The finance industry is crucial to Hong Kong, okay? So you have to maintain that. International trade, tourism, these are, and education help. I'll talk a little bit more about that. You got to maintain that, but you got to break out from this, okay? So that really is the key. So Hong Kong needs, to me, a change of mindset. It's not going to happen overnight, but you need to change what you're thinking. First, you have to look, I consider myself a Hong Konger. I'm an American citizen, okay, so there's no doubt, okay? So, but you have to look beyond the Western focus, okay? So, I went to Queen's College in Hong Kong. That's Queen Victoria. Okay? By the way, there's a Queen's College in Cambridge, and I know the president. So I thought, we went to the same Queen's College. No, he said, my Queen's is 400 years older than your Queen. So these are 2 different set of Queens, okay? Okay, so BRICS is one, BRICS Plus. There was a meeting last month. I was paying attention because I thought Saudi Arabia may become officially a member, but it did not, okay? ASEAN, Middle East, that's quite obvious, and Greater Bay Area, that was talked about. So these are the obvious things to look into. Each one of them presents a different opportunities and challenges, I would say. All right, so let me talk about BRICS a little bit. I'm not a finance guy. I pay attention because I live in Saudi Arabia. I was wondering, in fact, many people a year ago, many people thought Saudi Arabia had joined BRICS. So I asked a government official while I was there, have you joined? He said, no, we have not joined yet. Okay, so whatever it is. So here's something that concerns Hong Kong. You probably all know about this M-Bridge. I mean, I'm not a technical expert. So look at so this is like to maybe circumvent the SWIFT system, okay? And you look at those currency, Hong Kong is right there. If I had to look up what the B with the vertical, that's the Thai baht, I think now I found out. The rest, you know, AED is in the Middle East, UAE. SAR is Saudi Arabia, okay? So, you know, this chart on the left, it's just about Hong Kong wants to be a headquarter of family foundations. And so here's a chart of a use case. So if you want to do that, how you can use this M-Bridge. I'm not, okay. So just one slide on ASEAN and Middle East, and I want to look it up myself, okay. So the prints are too fine, but you know. But I just want to show I'm not making it up. The data is there, okay. So as a group, these two groups of countries are the larger trading partner for them is Asia. For Middle East, it's only recent. It's only probably in the last 10 years. But Saudi Arabia, the larger trading partner, was US for the longest time. And now it's China for sure. You know, Huawei, you cannot get anything in the US. But in Saudi Arabia, it's the biggest brand, okay? So, large population, ASEAN and both of the rapidly rising economy, that was also mentioned. Now, most important to me is that these countries, because they are in the global south, they are still developing, they prioritized economics over geopolitics. Can someone have a glass of water for me? Oh, yeah, right there. Rana, can you help me? Thank you.
Thing I'll do all day.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, so therein lies an opportunity, because I think every one of these countries are trying to balance between these two. It's very, very delicate. I visit Singapore quite frequently, and they are going through that. You know, Saudi Arabia, for example, is just a bigger version of Singapore, okay, in a way, from this perspective, okay? Now, the other aspect, maybe not so obvious, I was talking with someone here, you were the head of the ASEAN something, right? So I think the one thing is large Muslim population. Obviously, in the Middle East, is majority Islamic, but ASEAN, you know, Indonesia is a huge population. Because I see that, because I live near Jeddah. And every year you have huge number of pilgrims that comes to Saudi Arabia. So Malaysia also, I think Anwar has always publicly stated about how his view about US-China. So that religious background is important. I think I just characterize it as non-Western, okay? Because that's a different block. I mean, these two charts are supposed to show, you know, which are the countries there and their GDP and population. Okay, so you can look it up as well as I can. So let me focus on KSA. How many of you know? It's Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Okay, Saudi Arabia is too long to write out. Okay, so Saudi Arabia is called the Middle East, but I would call it West Asia. Middle East is a colonial term, right? You're sitting in London. Hong Kong is Far East, China is Far East, you know, Middle East, it's Middle East, right? But if you look at the culture, if you look at the history, it's really West Asia. I think I call it that way. So it sits between those two more than geographical, actually in many, many aspects. So here's a symbolic picture. This is about 2 years ago. President Biden visited Saudi Arabia, and he did the famous fist bump with the Crown Prince, MBS. In Jeddah, not in Riyadh. And many people notice that. You don't have a foreign leader going to Shanghai, right, to meet President Xi Jinping. Okay, you always go to Beijing. So this is in Jeddah. Perhaps because in the summer, Riyadh is too hot, okay? But it was I forgot what month it was, but anyway. So a few months later, literally a few months later, President Xi Jinping went to Riyadh, and they rolled out the purple carpet. You know, it's not the red carpet, okay? And obviously they were going to shake hands, okay? So what is in it between Saudi Arabia and China? I would say there's a mutual attraction. I mean, I can only summarize it in 2 lines, okay? For Saudi Arabia, obviously many people say that's where the money is. It's smart money. It's not money they just throw around, okay? But it has money. It needs infrastructure. There's a number of infrastructure being built. I mean, roads, you heard about NEOM, huge project. They call it giga project. It's not even mega project, giga projects, okay? And who can build infrastructures, right? China probably has the most experience. Tech, okay? Saudi Arabia is a relatively newcomer to tech. Investment in both directions, okay? And then diversification. Just like many people try to diversify from dollar, the Middle Eastern country also want to diversify, okay? So for China, I would think that it needs energy. It still imports a lot of imports. So China is the largest customer of Saudi Aramco, okay? So U.S. used to buy oil from Saudi Aramco, but now it competes with Aramco because of shale oil. So it competes. But China also buys oil from Iran, right? It has this 25-year treaty. It has dollar, okay? China needs investment money. I heard many Chinese VCs company because now the tap has been turned off from the West, so they are looking for money elsewhere. New market. Most Chinese and Hong Kong, I would say, enterprises, organization, company, knows almost nothing about Middle East. It's not every month I will have someone talk to me, oh, you live in Saudi Arabia, is that in Dubai? Because all people heard about is Dubai, okay? So political friends, China needs political friends. China has talents, innovation that was mentioned many times, and infrastructure expertise. So if you look at these are complementary, at least in large. So in a way, it's a good match. It's a mutual attraction. So these things have been happening. So Saudi Arabia, just like Hong Kong, right, is living in a rapidly changing world. So I just have some pictures. It's not my opinion. I just observe and cut out these pictures from the news, okay? So don't blame it on me, okay? So first of all, everybody's talking about dollar, right? The US dollar is the world's reserve currency. So I don't want you guys to pay attention. There's something called the petrodollar, and it was set to be renewed within the last 12 months. So Saudi Arabia terminates petrodollar deal, okay? So that's the big news. The other one I mentioned was BRICS. So here's the thing I mentioned. Has not yet joined BRICS, okay? So the meeting in Kazan in October, where basically all the heads of states were there except for Lula of Brazil because he fell sick like 2 days before. And the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia did not go. He sent the foreign minister. That's the foreign minister. So the one here just says that he will not go. So basically, that's it. Okay. Now Saudi Arabia is a partner state. I forgot the technical term. So they can send delegates. Wow, these are even too small for me up here. Because I prepared this a while ago. It doesn't matter. I don't have to go through every picture. But this one, I recognize the people. This one is Aramco. That's the CEO of Aramco, Amin Nasser. I know him personally. He's on my board at KAUST. So they signed a big deal just recently in Beijing, I think. Big deal, refinery or whatever. So Aramco definitely is there, okay? And here's a project called NEOM. NEOM means New Future City. So the way I describe it is Shenzhen 50 years later. That's the idea, okay, in Saudi Arabia. So they had a road show. This one was in Shanghai. In fact, they were in Hong Kong, I was told. Some of you might have attended. Here's the Minister of Industry, okay? You can see the Chinese. So he was in China sort of promoting collaboration. But to me, the biggest news is this. So you recognize Foreign Minister Wang Yi, right? Together with the Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia and the Foreign Minister of Iran. It was about a year ago. This is huge news, okay? In Beijing, if I understand. So these are two rivals for a long time, okay? We'll see what happens. And then this is the latest news. Most of you probably never pay attention to this. It reads, Iran announces first joint military drills with Saudi Arabia in the Red Sea. This is happening right now. I could never have imagined this would happen. Okay? Imagine you can see something on the Taiwan Strait that might happen. Okay? So that's almost unthinkable. So, as I mentioned, Saudi Arabia has many what they call giga projects. Okay? Giga means it's like some fraction of $1 trillion US. That's what giga means. Right? It's 10 to the power 9 or whatever. Okay? So, again, you can look it up. Okay, it's too small, sorry. There's a list of about, I'd say a dozen of these projects. So NEOM is one of this, and the line that you might have read about is only one of 16 in NEOM. So I know this very well because I was on the original advisory board of NEOM. Okay, so I visited there 3 or 4 times. It's amazing, okay? And we don't know, the jury's still out, how well it will be done. So I don't want to comment on that. But if it's even 50% successful, it will be amazing, okay? Beyond that, there are other things. So for example, here's something very recent. Saudi plans a $100 billion AI powerhouse to rival UAE tech hub. So UAE is actually a little bit ahead. So that's why everybody knows about Dubai. But Abu Dhabi in particular is where the money and the leadership is, okay? So for example, the world's first university of AI, there's actually a university of AI, is in Abu Dhabi. The president is a Chinese American, okay? So I can tell you, I know him. So the other one that Saudi Arabia doing is something called Saudi Green Initiative. So it's cover up, planting 10 billion trees, okay? That's one, but there are 5 bullets you can see, okay? So the idea, recover the desert, for example, and so on and so forth. So it's not just infrastructure. Saudi Arabia is going through what is called the energy transition. It knows that the demand for oil will run out before the actual oil will run out in the ground. If you ask Saudis 15 years ago, they would not have guessed it. They would say the oil will run out, therefore we build a university like KAUST into innovation and technology. But now they realize EVs and Europe is banning internal combustion engine. They are really doing innovation and other things. That's the idea. So what about Hong Kong? Hong Kong and Saudi Arabia. So I just make a list of some of the news items. Actually very interesting for me as a Hong Konger. So 2 months after President Xi Jinping visited Saudi Arabia, our new chief executive, John Lee, visited Saudi Arabia. You were there? Probably quite a few of you were there. I never met him. He was new. But I know the person in the middle. He's the Minister of Investment. He was actually the council chairman or board chairman of KAUST that hired me. So I know him very, very well, okay? And he knows Hong Kong and China very, very well. He was the CEO of Aramco. He lived in Philippines. Aramco's offices in Beijing and so on. So he knows very well. Okay, so let's see whether I can figure this out. It's too small. It's not high resolution enough. So, this one I just looked up. So this is, it's too bad. So it's a very recent signing of some agreement. I think it's between, I think that's the Minister of Investment in the middle. Sorry, I apologize. I should have done my exercise a little better, okay? But the one down there is quite clear, PIF. PIF is a sovereign fund of Saudi Arabia. It has close to $1 trillion. It probably is the 3rd or the 4th largest sovereign fund in the world. So they signed something with somewhere in China. So they're quite obvious. Now, beyond that, Oh, Hong Kong MA. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah. So this is Hong Kong MA, okay? So it's very recent, $1 billion, if I remember. If I was asking, what does that mean? Where's the $1 billion? I want a piece of it. But beyond that, so this one says Saudi Arabia begins Chinese language classes at school. So Saudi Arabia, just a year ago, started, the Ministry of Education require every week school children to learn 2 hours of Chinese. You can imagine this, 2 hours of Chinese, okay? So the same thing here. So here you can read, but the point is, this is in a Riyadh airport. So if you get off the airplanes, next time you go, you're looking for the toilet, well, it's trilingual. It's Arabic, English, and Chinese. And this only started 12 months ago, okay? So now, on the flip side, on the Hong Kong side, this is a newspaper that I only read like within the last week. There are probably many more. So it says over 100,000 students learn Chinese language by the end of the year. These are teachers of Chinese from China going there. They don't have enough teachers, okay? And here's another one. This is from Hong Kong. This is from Singdo, I think, okay? So it says you have to raise the cultural aspect of Hong Kong and make it friendly to Muslims. I heard that Hong Kong requiring the taxi driver to learn Arabic. I don't think that's necessary, really. You buy an i5 Tech, you know, and they speak English anyway. They come to Hong Kong. But anyway, that's the idea. And then now there's certified halal restaurants in Hong Kong. There's like 138, I read. That's actually very small for Hong Kong. But anyway, so I think there's interest from both sides. I'm coming to the end. Okay, so this is an important slide. Okay, sorry. I don't know how many, 2 minutes? Okay, so again, it's too small, but you can read it up. Okay, so there's obviously a decoupling between US and China. You know, whether it's explicitly mentioned, I think Europe is trying to play it both sides. It says de-risking. It's decoupling, okay? So on the left, these are two letters that reports on, you know, Georgia Tech has a campus in Shenzhen together with Tianjin. It's now closed, just like within the last month. I think the other one is Berkeley. Berkeley is something with Tsinghua in Shenzhen, also closed. Okay, there's a committee in the U.S. Congress called U.S. Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party. It's open. You can subscribe to it. I subscribe to it, so you know what they're talking about. So, and then one of these letters is from that committee to Sequoia Capital, you know, the big VC. He said, what are you doing in China? What are you investing in China with all this? As you know, some of you know New Shen, right? So they split. Okay, so that's kind of happening. So here's something from MIT. Okay, I think this is an op-ed from the president of MIT, Raphael Reif, whom I know personally. He says American universities shouldn't cut all ties with China. So he was very brave in some sense. I think that was in foreign policy or something. But he often has op-ed in the cover of New York Times because it's MIT. So he went out. He's the lone voice, so to speak. But MIT, of course, you know, there's a famous case of Professor Chen Gang, so where he was investigator under the China Initiative. So MIT didn't know what to do, so they appointed a committee of faculty. So they said, what is the university engagement strategy with China? So they don't want to sever all relationship, but you need a policy. So they did this. It's online. Okay. Now, the effect of this is really this. This is the key point. So Chinese scientists are leaving the United States. I mean, there's specific number. I think last year there was over 2,000 people. Senior professors, okay, from top university, especially in STEM, they are leaving. This is from Stanford. It says reverse brain drain. Okay, so it explains, right? And this one is just last week in South China Morning Post. And I read it. I think it's South China Morning. World's top academics head home from West. So to me, this is a great opportunity for Hong Kong, okay? So some of these can be coming to Hong Kong. I think some of them do not want to go back to China, okay? Okay, so this is my last slide, okay? So to summarize, my personal view, again, you know, only personal, for Hong Kong, right? You look to the rest of the world, ASEAN, Middle East, North Africa, BRICS, while maintaining ties with the West. You don't want to just flip the other way. I think that's not good for Hong Kong if we do that. I think Hong Kong can do that. We have to distinguish Hong Kong from the mainland and other countries like Singapore. Okay, so I'll talk about that. Now, the other thing is make Hong Kong an attraction for talents. Many people talk, even in the last couple of hours, right? But both mainland and international. You don't want to tilt all the way to one, okay? And this is for Hong Kong and for China. I think mainland China does not want Hong Kong to be all mainland students or faculty or all international. You got to have this mix because that's what the uniqueness about Hong Kong. And the next one is actually more subtle. We're talking about, whose slide was that? Your slide, right? About San Francisco ranked #1, was it? Your slide? Okay. Yeah, and then San Jose is number 6 or something. To me, that's one city. I went to Stanford. Shenzhen and Hong Kong is much closer than San Francisco and San Jose. There's no high-speed rail between San Francisco and San Jose. It takes often over an hour. So I have watched it with my own eyes. So you have people working at Google in Silicon Valley. All the young people would take buses and trains to live in San Francisco. Every day in the morning, every day in the afternoon, they provide Wi-Fi. Why? Because San Francisco is a more interesting place for them to live. This can happen in Hong Kong. I just went hiking in Hong Kong into the islands. You don't have that in the middle of Shenzhen, okay? Yeah, I think Shenzhen people come to Hong Kong for that. Although Hong Kong in the weekend go there for restaurants and so on, but that's okay. I think it's okay. If you consider one metropolitan area, it's okay. You use it together, right, to attract. I think as long as Hong Kong makes itself an attractive place for talent, then it will work itself out. What I've observed is in San Francisco is, okay, so you have these people from Google and Facebook. They work, they lived in San Francisco. Then after a while, they say, okay, I want to make my own company. I want to have my own startup. Well, I don't have to travel on the train for an hour to Mountain View. Right? I just started in San Francisco. And if you don't need a big space, or you can do it. And that's what happens. That's what happens, okay? We have to leverage the international reputation of Hong Kong universities, so we can talk a little more about it. Of course, I'm biased. Right? Many people say we have what? We are the best city in the world with the most number of top-ranked universities. Okay, actually, USD among them. By the way, someone was saying, Victor, you were saying, we don't have to lead in AI technology, but we can lead in ethics. No, I was told, actually, USD ranked number 10 in the world in AI. Number 10, okay, in the whole world, according to them, okay? I'm no longer president, okay? So, and if you combine that with what's happening in Shenzhen, don't forget, Sense Time came from Chinese University of Hong Kong. So I'm not biased, okay? So, and there are many, many possibilities. And finally, we have to be proactive in the Greater Bay Area, okay? Greater Bay Area concept was, I first heard about it from Wu Jiawei, from people when he founded, actually, Yuksan, you will remember. So we've been talking about it for over 30 years. Really, it's time to do something, okay? Now there's no better time. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Chan. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for bringing your perspective to the stage of Hong Kong. And as a UST graduate, I'm extremely attached to what you were saying, especially the photos. Up next, we shall be having our second keynote address for this session, again, shedding light and preparing the stage for the upcoming dialogue session that is soon to come. Please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Henry Hui-Ya Wang to deliver his keynote address. Dr. Wang, please.
Thank you again. And I know we are tight now. I'll be brief. Basically, this round I would like to talk about some concrete proposals for rethink Hong Kong and make Hong Kong a new international city and a new normal. So I have to say Hong Kong a super connector, a super cross-cultural adapter, and a bridge builder. So that's a new definition I'm thinking of. Of course, my think tank, we already mentioned a bit at the beginning, we're ranked the top 100 think tank in the world, and of course, the only think tank in China has the United Nations Special Consultant status. And one of the things I think Hong Kong could do is really to make a lot of it in books, like CCG has done. We published China Globalization Forum books that I did a book for Kishore Mahbani and Joseph Nye and Graham Allison. And I think Hong Kong probably, as Tony Chen mentioned, there's a lot of international universities, professors. We could really make an international thought leader publishing center, which I think revitalize Hong Kong's soft power. That's what one of the things I can do. So this is the book I just published with Graham Allison, How to Escape Hihidi's Trap. And also we've done a lot of dialogues. We keep publishing those CCG Global Dialogues. The other thing I think is really important is that as ASEAN is now become the largest trading partner of China, also emerging as we heard all along, Hong Kong actually can act as a catalyst and facilitate trade, investment, and technology exchanges between those two regions, China and ASEAN. We are strategically located in the middle, and I think this is really the most important thing that we can do in terms of the connections for both places. And of course, also RCEP, the largest free trade zone in the world. And actually, we managed to have this China, Japan, South Korea realize some free trade among this RCEP arrangement, also Australia and New Zealand. Again, Hong Kong is in the center of this place. So how can we really make Hong Kong an RCEP center for this great, largest free trade in the world? So this is another recommendation I can propose. And also, China is wanting to join CPTPP. So CPTPP stands for the highest trading standards for the world right now. And UK actually already joined the CPTPP. And China's President Xi actually announced a few years ago, China wants to join CPTPP. And we can do more actually to prepare China to be part of that. But even without the joining that, but we can really practice a lot of CPTPP standards, as we have actually made a proposal in Beijing. The CPPCC Beijing Committee actually made a proposal that Beijing should shoot for the CPTPP standards even without joining the CPTPP. So I think Hong Kong can really look for that, as give more advice and recommendations. And also, we heard a lot about that is a talent center. I really think, as just Tony mentioned, you know, there's the Great Bay Area. There's a lot of things going on in Nansha, in Shenzhen, Zhuhai, but people really can commute. I mean, we can't stay in Hong Kong, but then really work in the Great Bay Area during the weekdays. So if we can really have this talent-free zone, basically allow them. China has now done many experiments, unilaterally actually announced free visa for 1 month for 38 countries just recently. So it's enormous. I think Hong Kong should catch up on that, really provide more for the access to the Great Bay Area through Hong Kong, and also make more attractive as a gateway for the Great Bay Area. So really making a talent center for that. The other thing I'm thinking of is that, you know, Hong Kong can also be a global dialogue place, because we have so many people coming to Hong Kong. As we did in Beijing, we did a lot of dialogue with all the international thought leaders, and then we published books for them. And so I think Hong Kong probably have a better condition to do that, as English is so well used here. So I think this is really another ideas I can propose. For example, we've done so many global dialogues, and I really think Hong Kong can lead China probably in some of the international dialogues, so that really we can promote a better understanding for Hong Kong and define Hong Kong a new role and in this new normal stage. And also another idea I have is that Hong Kong has 50 or 60 consul general of different countries, and have another 50 honorary consul general. In Beijing, we have done a CCG VIP lounge every month for ambassadors in Beijing. We've done that for this year. We've already done 6 of them. We have 50 foreign ambassadors coming to CCG roundtable. Why not we have a consul general roundtable in Hong Kong and really talking to them? You know, our foundation could do that. I think it'd be a really good idea to really get all the consul general in Hong Kong, which is the second most populous consul general in the world, to really, focus on that, have more dialogues and more understanding on that. So that's another idea I have. So finally, I still have quite 3 more, because of we talk about Belt and Road Initiative. So I'm thinking of also for the expatriates who have lived in Hong Kong. I met so many of them. For example, Steve Roach was in my office just a few months ago. We had a dialogue. And he was at the CUFI event just last month in Hong Kong. And also I met I was attending the Athens Democracy Forum of New York Times. The founder was also lived in Hong Kong. We have so many. And also I met Norman Pearlstein, the former Wall Street head in China and Greater China. He also lived in Hong Kong. We have so many people like that used to live in Hong Kong. So why can't we really make them to come to Hong Kong and nostalgic, or really let them talk about Hong Kong? So that's another thing. And I'm thinking about Belt and Road. You know, it's that China it's in 11th years of a Belt and Road now. But why can't we really magnify the Hong Kong's role? Like we can establish a Belt and Road Financial Center in Hong Kong, Belt and Road Talent Center in Hong Kong, or Belt and Road Arbitration Center in Hong Kong, or Belt and Road Law Center in Hong Kong, or Belt and Road Think Tank Center in Hong Kong. So many things I think Hong Kong can play its enormous role in really pave the way for better understanding of Belt and Road. Actually, I propose China also should multilateralize Belt and Road. You know, instead of signing all those bilateral agreements, we should have a multilateral system for that, and really get more countries, more steering committee, and more participation. So, and also Belt and Road business alliance, multinational alliance. So there's many things Hong Kong can do. So in order to save time, I would just mention those comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wang, for your address and for the inspirational thoughts that we could then carry on to our dialogue session. As many of our speakers have mentioned, the Belt and Road Initiative not only strengthens China's economic ties with ASEAN, but also positions Hong Kong as a critical facilitator. So in the upcoming panel, we will explore how Hong Kong can attract investors, how we can foster partnerships, and support digital as well as infrastructure development through new quality productive forces, 新质生产力, in the region, enhancing the city's own economic prospects while contributing to regional growth. And similar to the previous session, if you have any questions that you would like to pose to our panel discussion on the stage, please feel free to utilize the QR code that we shall be displaying on screen in a moment, or you could utilize the QR code on the program rundown, which is the larger sheet of leaflet that you have on the corner. There's a QR code where you can pose questions. So without further ado, could I invite back on stage Professor Chan and Dr. Wang. Welcome, gentlemen. Welcome back on stage. And up next, I would like to invite Mr. Nicholas Ho Lik Chi, Commissioner for Belt and Road, Commerce and Economic Development Bureau of the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, Mr. Vincent Lo, Chairman of Shui On Group and Governor of our Hong Kong Foundation. Welcome on stage. And our session chair, the Honorable Shanghai Long, Legislative Council Member of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Gentlemen, please be seated. The Honorable Shang, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Dr. Wang, and thank you, Professor Tony Chen, for your wonderful sharing. It is a great pleasure to meet my old friends again, Mr. Vincent Lo and Commissioner Nicholas Ho here. Okay. Time's tight, so let's proceed to our dialogue about this topic, China's role in the Belt and Road and ASEAN emerging markets and opportunities for Hong Kong. Okay, in this session, we will hearing your insightful views on this topic. We believe that your extensive experience and unique insights will provide us with a more comprehensive perspective and profound enlightenment. Okay, let's start with maybe private firms, Mr. Vincent Lo, okay? Vincent, actually, from an investor's perspective, what factors attract you to invest in the BRI and the ASEAN markets? And what specific opportunities do you see in these regions that make private firm appealing for investment, please?
When the Belt and Road Initiative was introduced in 2013, I thought it was more like a political statement maybe, because the scheme is so grand and so huge, you don't really know where to start. But when I started to see China investing, taking the lead, I know President Xi is very determined to push this. And then I started to look at the plans and I thought, well, maybe Hong Kong can play a role, and maybe even for my own small company, there must be opportunities, because I've been investing in the Chinese mainland since the mid-80s, and I've seen how cities have grown and developed with connectivity. So I was working on this, looking at this, but I could not figure out how we could start on this. And then after a bit of thinking, I thought, well, maybe Hong Kong can play the role of coordinating, integrating resources from over the world to go into the Belt and Road projects. And then I thought, okay, if that is going to happen in Hong Kong, who should take the lead? And at that time, I was thinking maybe the TDC, it's got 50 offices all over the world and it has a big staff. And I was discussing this idea with former Chief Executive C.Y. Leung. He obviously got excited, and within a couple of weeks, I got a phone call from the government and say, Mr. Low, we want you to go into the TDC and work on this. I said, no way, I'm doing the job of the airport authority. I couldn't do both. They said, okay, we'll figure out something out. So they make me switch my jobs with Jack. So basically, we just switched jobs, the two of us. And when I went into the TDC, it was also a new idea, so we have to work on this. And at least we form a committee, the Belt and Road Committee, to try and promote this. Because I was thinking, okay, if my firm is to invest into the Belt and Road, where should I start? What do I do? How do we get it done? And I thought, well, if we can coordinate the private resources in Hong Kong, the professionals, the builders, the investors, then maybe this might be feasible. So that's how I was thinking about the Belt and Road.
Thank you. We know you are the chairman of Hong Kong TDC before, and thank you so much for inviting Nicholas and me into the Belt and Road Committee. We're still here. Thank you. In your opinion, what gaps, we would like to know what gaps currently exist that the private sector can effectively fill within the BRI and ASEAN markets. How can local business leveraging these gaps to create value and drive growth?
I think the job is too big for any private sector firms. So I think the Hong Kong government needs to take the lead in coordinating and integrating all the resources in Hong Kong to look into these projects, and then come back and raise the money, and I'm sure there will be lots of interest from all over the world. And maybe Nicholas can share with us what he's planning.
Thank you. To move to Nicholas Ho, okay, Commissioner Nick. Here's a question from our audience. How can the government support local business in navigating these opportunities effectively? Maybe it's not an advertisement time for your Belt and Road office, okay? Please give us some substance. I mean, dry information, please.
Thank you. Oh, tough crowd. Thank you for the organizer for having me here today. Indeed, I was actually part of Vincent's committee back in TDC when the work on Belt and Road began. Maybe I could just step back a little bit and explain what's going on right now and where we're going next. So the Belt and Road Initiative is in its 11th year. In the past, majority of the projects are G2G, mega-scale projects, infrastructure, and also other forms of industrial parks, airports, so on. Now, over 350 billion has been invested in over 3,000 projects. These projects are now completed and in operation. So what does that mean? It means the cost of doing cross-border, cross-province, cross-country business has dramatically decreased, because in the past, these opportunities in Belt and Road countries in different cities and provinces weren't accessible, because there were no roads, no water, no electricity, no telecom, no infrastructure. But now, with these projects being completed in the past, the private sector, especially the SME, are in a better position to access these opportunities. So we're seeing, since a few years ago, there's a new wave of SMEs from mainland of China through Hong Kong, and also Hong Kong SMEs going to these Belt and Road countries and achieving success. So these opportunities are no longer just G2G, but very real. There are SMEs participation. But however, I fully agree with what Vincent has said. There are signature projects, or there are bankable and feasible projects in the Belt and Road nowadays. And the government, we will and we should go and access and assess these projects and to bring them to Hong Kong. where they can fundraise in Hong Kong, use Hong Kong as a dispute resolution center, use Hong Kong professional services, include Hong Kong SMEs and private sector and also public investment to make these projects successful and deliverable. And I think in the past 11 years, if you look at the hard figures, Hong Kong merchandise trade with Belt and Road countries has jumped 60%. At the same time, Hong Kong ODI position towards Belt and Road countries also jumped 60%. So that already suggests that because of the lowering of threshold, the investment interest is there, the trade is there. But more importantly is how we can bring these real opportunities to Hong Kong and make them bankable and make them sort of available and accessible. I'll give you an example. I think Professor Chen was mentioning just now, NEOM. NEOM did come to Hong Kong. Our office actually partnered with NEOM during the two-day roadshow and the public exhibition in Hong Kong. And as a result, actually, a few professionals got on board and now working with NEOM. In fact, one of the earlier designs that NEOM had was done by Hong Kong architects. So Hong Kong professional services does have a role there. And I think going forward, as I mentioned in other platforms before, we have now entered into the age of harvest, the age of public-private participation. And that is why in the latest policy address, the chief executive has mentioned that Belt and Road countries and ASEAN Middle East will be a key core market going forward for us. And at the same time, we'll focus on a few things, such as fully opening up Hong Kong economy. That's why we're opening up 6 different offices in Belt and Road countries within 2 years. That is why our accessibility through flights, direct flights, jumped from just under 30 to now over 45 destinations in Belt and Road countries and growing. So we're committed to ensure that Hong Kong sort of stays international. We're much more proactive in lowering that threshold, building new connectivities so SMEs and human capital can enjoy. And also we are, in the policy address, we also mentioned we're also starting a Belt and Road capacity building center to ensure that the different standards within the Belt and Road region can have a better interoperability. And that is key in driving bankable, successful projects.
Yeah, we cannot agree more with the Hong Kong government's role in the leading our private sector going into this inbound and outbound China's business opportunities, right? Another question from our audience is, what specific strategies do you envision for Hong Kong to enhance its role? We always see we are super connector, we are super adder, yes, in this BRI, particularly in fostering partnerships with ASEAN, please.
Thank you. ASEAN, of course, is second largest trading partner of Hong Kong. We have extensive network since before the Belt and Road initiative was announced. We have now preparing to open the 4th office in ASEAN, which has only 10 member states. So our coverage in ASEAN will be the largest in any region overseas. Of course, we're enhancing the visa-free regime, we're enhancing the direct flights, but at the same time, we must lower the threshold for SMEs and private sectors or youth to go abroad. So that is why the government, we have different schemes such as BUD, EMF, TSF, among other support schemes to help SMEs to access these new markets with, let's say, half their kickoff capital, waive their marketing fund, so on and so forth. And I do believe that apart from just the support schemes, more importantly is the resource and the network that the government needs to provide through the network of TDC, through the existing project database that we already have. How can SME better participate? So that's something that we're working on. And of course, ASEAN, apart from the offices, the flights, we believe that students, youth is also a strong human capital. Knowledge flow, the other speakers were mentioning about, and that is why Hong Kong today, actually we have 5,000 students coming in from Belt and Road countries studying universities in Hong Kong, and more than half of them are from ASEAN. And of course, some of them choose to stay in Hong Kong and become both ASEAN and Hong Konger. And that becomes the two-way capital that Hong Kong enterprises can access ASEAN market a lot easier through this two-way capital flow.
Yeah, we gave a lot of scholarships to these ASEAN students or Belt and Road students to come in Hong Kong. Okay, Professor Tony Chen, based on your experience, both not only in Hong Kong but also in the Middle East, or you mentioned Western Asia, right? What opportunities does the BRI present to the region? How does the Middle East perceive their participation in the BRI? You know, from Muslims' view, how could they see this BRI?
I mentioned in my talk that there is mutual attraction, right? So that's purely based on self-national interest. I don't hear, like in Saudi Arabia, people talk about the BRI specifically or explicitly. But it doesn't matter, because you see, the BRI relationship between China and Saudi Arabia is probably very different than between China and Myanmar, for example, right? It's very different. But the interest is there. So you hear that, you saw what I said, right? People are learning Chinese. Chinese is very difficult to learn. Arabic is also very difficult, by the way. So it's obvious that. So I think, as I said, there are many motivations, right? So why do the young people want to learn Chinese, right? It's because they think this is in the future. It will benefit their career. Perhaps they're out of curiosity. They want to learn. But they're learning, nevertheless, okay? So, and the other one is diversification, right? I mentioned. So I think Middle Eastern countries, I mean, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and so on, they traditionally is friend with the West. America discovered oil in Saudi Arabia, right? So in that sense, they will probably try very best not to abandon that relationship, understandably so. But they want to have new friends. So I think that's the tug of war, that's the trade-off that every country in the Middle East is going through.
Oh, interesting. Okay, another question to Professor Tony Chen. What strategies can Hong Kong adopt to effectively meet the needs? They mean, I guess they means the giga projects like NEOM of the Middle East in the context of BRI.
There are many levels. I think Nicholas already mentioned. I think I probably know the architect you're talking about because he was so architect is one, right? But I think the key role, I think, Vincent, you're talking, Hong Kong can be the super connector, right? Because Hong Kong people know China.
I think yeah. Tony, not just the connector. Hong Kong can be the super value creator.
Okay, even better. Okay.
Even better.
Yeah, even better. But certainly, so I know a lot of Saudi ministers, they were in China, they were in Hong Kong. So they look to Hong Kong, they understand the Hong Kong system, okay? Because, so they want to, if they trust, by the way, the one thing I learned about Saudi is that it's like Chinese. If they trust you, they can do business. You cannot just by email and by letter and then say, hey, let's sign this contract. It will never happen. So I think Hong Kong has a big advantage in doing that. And so I think that, by the way, the other thing I think Hong Kong should do is to look in the longer term. Right? If you attract talents from ASEAN and Middle East, probably the effect is not going to be immediate. But if that's the growth, 5 years, 10 years from now, it's going to be the key thing. I think that's what you have to look in the long term and look at it as an investment, not an immediate return on investment.
Yeah, Hong Kong is attracting the top talents from all over the world. We would like to pay more attention to ASEAN and the Belt and Road countries. Okay, for Dr. Henry, thank you for your wonderful sharing. We know you are founder of CCG, a very famous think tank. So I would like to ask a question. Maybe you stand in the shoe of Beijing. China would like to looking to expand into the global market with strategic focus on the BRI and ASEAN. What are your views on the growth prospects with these regions?
Great, thank you. Well, I think actually, I was talking to many ambassadors from developing countries in Beijing, and they told me, said, look, before BRI, they were really looking for the great world for a gigantic kind of a World Bank type of a big project that can really stimulate the development of the infrastructure project. Because right now, I think in addition to the climate change, global infrastructure deficits are probably the biggest deficits we have, particularly for the global south. And China is the global leader on infrastructure. So I think this BRI that has been proposed for 11 years now is very transformative and revolutionary, because it's the first time China proposed that by addressing the global deficits on infrastructure, I think has brought in healthy competition also. You know, US proposed Build Back Better World, B3W, and EU proposed EU Global Gateway, and India proposed India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. So it's great. I mean, that kind of healthy competition is there. But I think what China has done, for example, in ASEAN, China has built this railway between Bandung and Jakarta, cutting the travel time from 4 hours to 40 minutes. Has really changed the image of China in Indonesia, and the president of Indonesia was just in China. And the same is true that China railway to Laos, and China is planning to build in Malaysia, in Thailand, and Vietnam just announced last week they're going to spend 60 or some billion of US dollars to build a super high-speed rail from Hanoi to Ho Chi Minh City. So you're going to see ASEAN super connected, and I think that China's leading role is enormous, and then Hong Kong is in the center of this. So I see this, China by pursuing economic globalization. You know, we propose Belt and Road Initiative, we propose AIB, RCP, China, Africa, China, Gulf, China, Latin American, and all those economic framework. Rather than the security, we have, like what the U.S. has been doing, AUKUS, Quad, and the Camp David, and all. So I think this China economic globalization push will prevail, and that's why you see the BRICS countries doubled last year, and then another 30, 40 countries lined up wants to join. I had a Turkish foreign minister come to visit me in my office, and Turkey wants to join the BRICS networks. So I think, by pursuing this economic globalization continuously, particularly using the advantage China has on infrastructure, China would really attract 80% of the global south and really can show the difference. While others are decoupling and me first, China is saying, look, let's share the future of mankind. Let's do the things together, and let's do the things for the world. Of course, Belt and Road is not perfect. There could be problem here and there, but on the whole, it's really great. I mean, last 10 years, China invested $1 trillion US for 3,000 Belt and Road projects across global south. That has been really welcomed by so many global south countries. I heard so many ambassadors saying that, and then I think this is what China is doing to really connect the world much tighter and much more prosperous. I think with Hong Kong right here in the center to play a bigger role in that.
Leslie, can I maybe check this figure with Henry? I read since 2013, China has invested $419 billion US into Belt and Road projects. So it's not the figure that you quote. I think that's a bit worrying. And I don't believe China can fund all these investments on its own. The ADB, the Asian Development Bank, has done an estimate from 2016 to 2030, the average infrastructure investment for the Asian countries, 25 only, would be $469 billion per annum.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I just quoted the official number, but you're right. There could be some gaps somewhere, but in general, those enormous, massive projects to really pave the way for the connectivity of the world is really a very good example of working together. And of course, there can be some more small and beautiful project, SME project. That is also on the way now. That's the new add up to the Belt and Road success they already achieved.
Yeah, I totally agree. China can take the lead, but I hope Hong Kong can play that role of integrating, coordinating the world's resources to go into the Belt and Road projects. And also, for China's investment into the Belt and Road projects, a lot of times it's presidency going to make a visit and say, okay, we'll build this road or railway for you. Maybe the recipient countries is thinking that this is a donation from China. I think we need to make sure that the projects are commercially viable and bankable.
Absolutely, I agree with you. I think when Chinese government goes to those places, I think and they announce the project. There's some government program, but there's a lot of also commercial program on that.
Yeah, I know that time's up, but I think there's a very interesting question from our audience. How should entrepreneurs prepare to capitalize on these opportunities in BRI and ASEAN?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think in the end, Belt and Road has to be driven by business, by multinational, by entrepreneurs. Absolutely, a government should really play the second role behind. So I think time has come now for business to be more active, and I think that Hong Kong in particular can really get business together. That's why I was proposing, let's have a Belt and Road Business Summit. We don't have a Belt and Road Business Summit. Separately, Hong Kong could do better on that. And then we can encourage more small and medium companies, because small and beautiful project now is also proposed to really flourish into the Belt and Road countries. So I think we're giving Hong Kong new role, and also you have a TDC office everywhere. It's important that I think Hong Kong plays some leading role. Let's also we can JV with that. Another suggestion I have is that let's JV with all the Fortune 500 companies in China. Fortune 500 companies JV come to China, and Chinese company can JV with them to the Belt and Road countries. So there's many things we can do together, and Hong Kong absolutely would be a very key place to do that.
I just want to cut in there before this ends. We do have a Belt and Road Summit. Next year is the 10th edition of the Belt and Road Summit. It's a business summit, correct, in Hong Kong every year, so we will invite you to the next one, 10th year anniversary. It's the most attended business summit on Belt and Road globally. So we do hope that you can join us.
Okay, thank you so much for your excellent views on these strategic considerations. Yes, Hong Kong is a part of China, but outside mainland China. From your insights that you give us some open our mind to learn more about our unique advantages to seize these opportunities and achieve new developments. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Can I invite you to please step forward for a group photo? And once again, can I invite the audience to put our hands together for the most insightful session? Thank you so much. And I completely echo Commissioner Ho. The One Belt, One Road Summit is very well attended, both online and in person. One of the key highlights of HKTDC's event every year. That's right, please keep smiling. Great capture, wonderful, thank you. And for the media friends at the back, keep that smile going. Beautiful, thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us on stage for the session and discussion of the One Belt, One Road opportunities and the role of Hong Kong. Thank you. And now we have come to the final keynote session for the day, and indeed a very important topic because it echoes back to our forum's title. This topic is Rethink Hong Kong, Role and Transformation as a New International City. So in this session, we will once again have two keynote speeches and then a discussion that would follow. And to begin with, I would like to invite on stage Dr. Alicia Gracia Herrero, Chief Economist for Asia Pacific at Natixis and adjunct professor from the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, to deliver her keynote address. Dr. Gracia Herrero, please.
Good afternoon. It's really a pleasure to be with you all. I feel flattered to have been invited to this amazing event. After 18 years living in this city, on and off, I have to say that I'm part of this family, so it is really a great honor for me to offer some ideas as to the future of Hong Kong. The other problem I have, I'm thinking now, is that so much has been said already, and I'm sure you're already, we're over time, and I'm sure you're thinking, okay, let's get over. But I want to tell you that I hope I can contribute to that with a few ideas beyond what you have heard, hopefully. And I really want to start with this idea that I really liked about innovation somehow being correlated with lower growth. I think it's a very interesting idea that, in a way, would call for despair, because Hong Kong is already rich. So what else can Hong Kong do than innovate? If that's going to lower growth even further, what to do? But I actually think that the point here is that when innovation is conducted in extreme ways, in only a few sectors, I think you can end up with that result. But I actually don't think innovation is a problem as such itself, especially if you are a developed economy. There's no other way than innovation, but in a very, very broad sense. And in fact, believe it or not, the most innovative country in the world is not the US. It's not China. It's Switzerland. You can look at the World the Patent Agency, which has, and it's not about patents, by the way. They don't measure only patents, but it's the World Patent Agency that calculates this innovation ranking. So, why do I say this? Because Hong Kong won't be the US, won't be China. But there are examples out there. Switzerland can be an example. And the difference, as I'm going to show in a minute, and I want to draw your attention. I know that I can take 2 minutes of your attention, so I'm starting without any slide. If I get this idea across, I'm done. Switzerland is a superconnector, maybe more than a superconnector. So what I want to say today is that Hong Kong it's great to be a superconnector, but it's not enough. Hong Kong has to go beyond superconnectivity. And that's Switzerland's model. Switzerland produces stuff. You cannot just not produce anything. I'm sorry. And today, production is not about heavy industry. It's not about that. Production can be service-oriented production. It can be tiny. Look up, AI chips. They're pretty tiny, and they cost a fortune. But of course, that's not the industry I would introduce in Hong Kong, because it's heavy in terms of capital requirements, even water. But it's an example of size versus value. It is different. Hong Kong can produce valuable small stuff filled with services. And why do I say this? Because you have the logistics you need to do this. Not everybody has that. You have an amazing airport, you have an amazing port. I would not just give it away and think, okay, only finance, only retail. No, because in the same way as I quite agree that concentrating, everything in manufacturing, the other side, the other extreme, is a problem. I quite agree with, what Dr. Huang said about perhaps too much of new production forces, too much production in China. I think that's bringing down growth. But in Hong Kong, it's the opposite. It's the opposite. It's too little of that. 10 minutes. I'm going to show some slides, because otherwise I won't be doing my job. But if you got that message, I'm already very happy. So Hong Kong's future, more diversification and inclusiveness. That's for me, what I have to say. Diversification, not away from the sectors you do well. Of course, you need to keep on doing finance, but you cannot do only finance. What about the other people? That's the inclusiveness part. And inclusiveness does not really mean a huge welfare state. I had this conversation with Victor. A tiny bit wouldn't be too bad, though. Targeted for those who really need it. I actually think that would help. But inclusiveness is about offering opportunities to different talents. Not a single type of talent, but several types of talents. That's why I think you need to, rethink the weight of services versus zero manufacturing. Zero manufacturing. Services are great, but I think you need to diversify. So that's really the key message. And frankly, growth rates in Hong Kong show what I'm saying, because It's hard to grow in Hong Kong. And it's, of course, COVID had a toll, but it's beyond COVID. So one has to rethink this because it's appearing very clearly that it's becoming harder to grow for Hong Kong. And it's actually for reasons that are fully structural. It's not about Hong Kong. I would say any economy like Hong Kong would have a hard time growing. You're aging, you're too concentrated, you're in the middle of a geopolitical tension. So for me, the key here, and you can see, Hong Kong GDP by industry. Finance is what, 33%? This is nearly as bad as Taiwan with semiconductors. And even there it's bad because, again, the same problem. It's when it does well, it's great, but what if it doesn't? So, it's just you can't concentrate your economy so much in a couple of sectors. Also because your government revenue is too dependent. Of course, the other one is real estate, let's face it. Too dependent on sectors to basically support the government finances. That's also very, very risky. So a diversified economy helps you keep healthy finances because you don't depend on a single sector. And this is, of course, land sales in the case of Hong Kong. And again, because of this sector, which is finance, let's focus on finance now. Highly productive, one of the most productive service sectors in the world, but it doesn't employ so many people. So, what do? Everybody, you end up in the public sector, but that's not very, you can't put everybody in the public sector. Not that Hong Kong has a big public sector, but I'm saying eventually you may end up there. So I think you need to come up with new sectors urgently. The other thing, by the way, which is positive but could be negative, is that not only is Hong Kong very concentrated in finance and real estate, and we know what's happening with the real estate. It used to be concentrated also in, of course, a lot of tourism, people coming to Hong Kong, retail, malls, you name it. But actually, ironically, maybe not ironically, maybe reasonably, but the concentration is even higher because the financial sector, if you look at the Hang Seng, if you look at bond issuance, it's mostly mainland companies, which is natural, but that increases the concentration. So it's one sector, but mostly one country. And if there is a shock, it affects you double because it's no longer as diversified. In fact, I conducted some analysis comparing Singapore and Hong Kong, and it's very clear. Not that Hong Kong can avoid that or should avoid that, because at the end of the day, you are in an integrated Greater Bay Area, everything. But then have more sectors. If you cannot reduce the concentration in that sector, have more sectors. In fact, to make things worse, I don't want to sound negative, but in terms of the concentration, you have something schizophrenic going on here, which is that you have a currency board that have served you wonderfully, let's face it. It's great, you're a financial sector, you have a peg to the dollar, it makes sense. But when that was done, your economy, the financial shocks were coming from the US. Even today, they still may come from the US. But in this thing that looks really strange if you look at it, but what we did is to look at the decomposition of Hong Kong's GDP to look at whether US shocks are more relevant than Chinese shocks. Shocks from China, meaning to say. And increasingly, most of the shocks that affect Hong Kong come from the mainland, which means that you have this disconnect between your monetary regime, your exchange rate regime, and the shocks. And I'm not saying you should change it, don't take me wrong, but you should be aware of this, fully aware. Maybe you can create some mechanisms to reduce the impact of a negative shock coming from that monetary regime that has nothing to do with the economy anymore, because your economy is fully integrated with the mainland, mostly integrated with the mainland. So this makes that concentration, sectoral concentration, even more risky because of the monetary regime and exchange regime Hong Kong has, which again I think I would still keep, but aware of this situation. So this was my theme when I said superconnector. Should you be a superconnector? I'm not saying you shouldn't, but superconnector was a great word, in my view, in the era of globalization. Because when you connect, it means you can connect. Things are open. You connect. What if things are not open? What if you are in a geopolitical battle? What do you become? And this might bring us to Hong Kong before, when Hong Kong had to deal with a closer China. Was it a bad time? Not really. Not really. But maybe because Hong Kong then understood that China was close, Hong Kong was there to facilitate, yeah? Now, it's not the same situation. Here you have two superpowers, China and the US, Hong Kong being part of China, but still Hong Kong being a global financial center, could be, I call it the fortress of arbitrage. You may like it or dislike it. But the reality is that the arbitrage now is huge, because these two ecosystems are moving further away. Of course, we just heard about the US realizing this, yeah, by imposing export controls, including Hong Kong, into China's export controls. Why? Because otherwise Hong Kong can profit. Yeah, this is the fortress of arbitrage that I'm referring to. But there are still a lot of opportunities. You have your own jurisdiction at the WTO. You have your own currency, you have your own legal system. So it is obvious to me. You have the Bond Connect, the Stock Connect, these thousands of what I call arbitrage opportunities, which Hong Kong already benefits from. But I think the mindset is still on superconnector. Everything is possible. No, not everything is possible anymore. That's the difference. And I think if you work on that idea that not everything is possible, you can see what's your role when things are no longer possible. Because that's different. And I think that's the way I think I would be thinking about Hong Kong's opportunities. The one on semiconductor exports is the one that the US just shut, but there will be others that the US can simply not shut. So, running against the clock in finding those opportunities are important. I finished by saying that if you want to diversify by inclusiveness, and you do not want to create a massive welfare state, you need to have small and medium enterprises. This is my final word. Small and medium enterprises don't have to be unproductive. And I give you here the example of Germany with the Mittelstand. These are enormously innovative companies. And China is creating their own 10,000 little giants. Again, I mean, the idea being small companies can be productive. Hong Kong needs those companies. It cannot only be about big companies. Big companies are welcome, but they can't only be big companies, because you need to create jobs for everybody in different sectors. So, long story short, I think Hong Kong should prepare for a new, more bifurcated world. This is why I'm calling for the fortress of arbitrage. It sounds like, it doesn't sound appealing, yeah, to be a fortress of arbitrage, but it's better to be that than something that doesn't exist anymore. And for that, I think you need sectors that combine your service capacities, logistics, finance, you name it, universities, but also with some ad hoc production, with small and medium enterprises, very specialized, hiring talent, hiring people from Hong Kong, making Hong Kong, as it has always been, and hopefully again, really a wonderful place to live. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gracia Herrero. Thank you. Indeed, quite a few wake-up questions to set the scene for the discussion that would soon to come. And up next, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in inviting on stage the Honorable Sunny Tan, Chairman of the Hong Kong Productivity Council, for his keynote address. The Honorable Tan, please.
Just want to make sure that I get my time right. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks to the invitation. Unlike Dr. Alicia, I think I'm just trying to speak from my experience as being an industrialist, how I see Hong Kong going forward, and maybe also learning from our past experience of our history. Let me see if it works here. All right, I think I would like to pay certain information to you all that you all may already know about what happened with our macro situation. For me, I'm from textile apparel, so I'm very much into looking into the business. So number one, it's okay. What happened to our business? I think we have a very good Western market in the past. We always want to expand as the consumption goes up, but I think given all the uncertainties, we know that we no longer can bet on the U.S. or the Western market. But at the same time, we should also look into what happened to our domestic market. I think the middle class has been growing in China. We're talking about 300 million or more, and I think they are getting richer, they are getting pickier, they are looking for more on quality. I think that's the area that we're looking at. Just follow my thoughts process, okay? Number three, we see the Belt and Road Commissioner here, so he's very much into the Belt and Road market. That is a very difficult market, I would say, because a lot of small and poorer countries, but then given the latest technology, cross-border, e-commerce, I think the cost in conducting business has been going down. So this was something that we have never thought about, never imagined, but this is an opportunity that we should go into. Structurally, there's also change in supply chain. Given all the tariffs that Trump is talking about, 25%, another 10% or more, I think it's just given just the uncertainty itself, our customer usually will tell us that you've got to diversify. But then it's not as simple because China has a very full-scale supply chain, very complete supply chain. When we need to move out, it's just not about, replacing one factory and go to another place. But then this is something that we have to face. And I think technology also plays a very important role in this area, which Hong Kong can help a lot. And then the last thing, and for the supply chain, not only we need to focus in we need to have a balance of mainland China production, Southeast Asian countries production, or other countries, depends on the product that we are providing. And the last thing I think is very interesting, I think we are going through, depends on how you interpret it, the fourth generation of the Industrial Revolution. So I think it happens to all our industries. So how do we find ways to expedite the application of technology is very, very, very important. And what we know is if you don't change, you will lose out sooner or later. So that's the backdrop that we are facing right now. Then Hong Kong. What do we have here? Let me see which side. It's not. Oh, okay. Hong Kong, I think very, very briefly, I think let's look at the history. In the past, since 1978, we've been bringing capital, technology, know-how, and orders into Asia, into China, depends on what we do. I mean, our Professor Feng here, he's been bringing all these to so many countries in Asia, not just in China. So that's what we do. And I think it's been a very much proven success, but as we continue to improve every 5 to 10 years, but basic formula is there. But I think technology, transparencies, all these comes in. But we are now heading to a very, very difficult situation because, as I mentioned during my first slide, I think things changed. Things really changed. And I think it already happened. I feel that we might be a little bit behind, but it really happened. So we got to understand that there is something that we need to face, but then we don't forget that we still can play our role. We still can play our role. So what's behind the history and the present? What I want to say to you is we have our international relationship. we have our cultural understanding, cultural background, we have our reputation in doing business. Okay, this is very important. I don't want to undermine our mainland partners, but then sometimes if you talk to another business person, even, let's just take a mainland Chinese as an example from a small town, okay? They are competing in a very different culture, different business practices. Even though if that person start learning English and say, okay, I'm going to the US, I go to another place and conduct a business, they don't have the reputation. They don't even know how to really conduct a proper business. So we do have that advantage, but we are moving from only one-sided from the west to the east. Now we are two sides, west to east, east to west. So we just need to reinterpret what we need to do, but based on a strong foundation that we have, serving different business, different country, different products. And I need to quickly flip on the other slide first, because I think I screw up on this. Okay, but then given that backdrop, what is the solution? Okay, the solution is very obvious because I think China has made it very clear. It's 新质生产力, 生产力. In Chinese, we call new productive or new quality productive forces. At HKPC, we keep it simpler, so new productive forces. What does that mean? It's really a solution because when people try to analyze a lot, but to me, it's very simple. We have supply chain for every single product. What we need to do is to make sure that we continue to improve. And this time when we improve through technological change, leapfrogging. And we need to be more competitive or way more competitive than your own competitor. That's it, okay? But the application is different, depends on the industry that we're at. But the high-level thought process, it's the same, okay? Some may be focused on the material, some maybe is the multi-country supply chain management on tier 1, tier 2, and some might be other things, which I will also explain. So let's go back. Okay, so I think these are a lot of points that people might have talked about the new roles of Hong Kong. But what I want to share with you in a very rough and very simple point is being international. Identify the opportunity of your own industry, going through the new productive forces. You will find how you can improve your productivity, not by maybe 5–10%, but you see a trajectory improvement and growth, then you know where you put in your money. Okay? At the earlier conference this morning, I said capital is not the problem. We need to identify the opportunity for every single country, and we put in the resources and capital, things will work. So it's not as complicated, but we need to be very focused country by country or product, industry by industry. Oops. I really like this slide. Remember I talked about new productive forces, but I haven't gone to the last section. In the Chinese report by the government, the last section, it talks about bringing made in China products to go international. In the past, we have been an OEM manufacturer, player. We do contract manufacturing, we make that 5 to 10%, which our trading partner also take a couple percentage, so it's not that easy, right? But then imagine you are the brand owner, like an Apple. You are taking 10–20% margin. Gross profit margin maybe 50–60%. So we learn from it now. But why and how? Why is now? Because our industry gets more and more mature. In the past, we go in making like a crew neck t-shirt into China. But now we have a very complete supply chain by every single product type if you look at the US custom code, all right? If you look at precision, in the past, maybe we have certain products, but precision is not there. But now what are we doing? We're talking about certain robotic arms or hands in performing surgery. You can see the precision is very different from what we see in the past. In the past, how do we call our mobile phone? 山寨手機, right? But now, you don't call that because you see this kind of very, very wonderful phones that, some of you are carrying, okay? Do you feel embarrassed carrying a Huawei phone or Honor phone? No. We are getting there. So our product is getting much better. We have the value for money that we have the right capability now to sell our own brand, which took many, many years, but it is the time now. We can see the phones, we can see the shoes, okay? Not every country can afford a pair of Nike. If you go to Philippines, you go to many other developing countries, they cannot afford $100 or plus minus for a pair of shoes. But then if you're talking about half of that price, you can get a very nice one from Li Ling, Anta, okay? So these are the brands that's very practical and it's getting much nicer than before, all right? So these are the products. And the other one, my favorite, my wife got a Panasonic phone last time. Somebody gave this like 3,000 Hong Kong dollars. Very good. I tried. Okay, not so bad. But then, like 1 year later, it's not really functioning well. Then we bought a Xiaomi phone after post-COVID, 150 RMB. I said, this is equally good. And think about, price value. All right, you can check it out. I think it's 150 RMB. So, and am I happy with it? Yes, I'm happy with it. Do I have a problem telling people? No problem. All right, so these are the examples of us, but how do they expand internationally? Okay, maybe Xiaomi can do it, but you have 90% of many other products and brands. They do need international connection, and we are there. Let me give you some examples. Tasan, HKPC, we recently have been working with them. We are trying, this company is an expert in developing robotics arms for medical, surgical purpose. The hand can hold tofu. Okay, so put it that way, then you know how accurate it is, and especially with sensory. So we're trying to help them to develop a robot for home use, maybe medical care, taking pills, getting medicine for the elderly or the needed one. So they want to go international. So they came to HKPC because they want to make sure that as they develop this generation of robot, it can serve the China system or the China specs, but also international specs. That's where we are, our value. And then we are also using their technology to apply into other products. So we become also a customer or technical partner. Another one, UIC. I met with them too in Beijing. This company does very, very good AI system for airport, driverless car, and very successful in Beijing. But when the potential customers saw this in China, they said, it doesn't work in my own country because this is unique in your country in China, which may be true. But anyway, HKPC brought the technology to Hong Kong. We put it at Hong Kong International Airport, and it worked. All right? And so Hong Kong became an international showcase. Okay? We are the market. We are here to showcase our Chinese or mainland Chinese technology that will work and be able to adapt into the Western market. And Hong Kong is very unique that we can do that. And it's very successful. There are a lot of interest right now in getting their service or the technology. So what we do, I think we talk about super connector, super value adder. This is my experience. I don't like the word connector because it's more like, okay, I know you, I know the other guy, we connect, right? But then there's no value, no depth. That's the problem that I see. But then what we need to do is we need to have very strong partnership in China because the market is big in terms of production, in terms of brands or customer demand. We need to go and extend our arm, go deep into the industry and to make sure that we know how we can function well. On the other side, we have to go deep. We need to go deep into the Western market. We need to go deep, for example, on my side, as again, textile apparel, American Apparel Footwear Association, how about the related associate in Europe, ASEAN, we call ASEAN Federation of Textile. I got to be very, very close to them. Then we identify opportunities. Then Hong Kong can be strong. It's not about talking and just doing a referral, but how do we build all the new business cases? I know my time is running up, so I'm not going to talk so much at the end now, but I hope I'm able to give you certain thoughts. But then these are the last 2-3 pages. For HKPC, what we are doing here is to promote industrial development in Hong Kong and to support our Hong Kong companies to be strong, to be more competitive at its own industrial sector. So we are trying to apply technology support, we are trying to apply training support, and also we help companies to apply government funding on the side to coach them, to support them. So we give them money, people, or skills, and technology. These are the 3 things that's important for the development, and we are here in various different ways to support, which I can talk to you more in a different setting. Internationalization, connection, you can see we have all these research and technology partners from China, from Tsinghua to Fraunhofer in Germany, HP in US. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. We need to go deep. And we also go deep into ASEAN. And just very, very quickly on this, then I'm going to end, okay? Oh.
My name is Simon Booker. I'm a partner here in PwC in Hong Kong in our government and public sector practice. We are absolutely delighted to support the Hong Kong Productivity Council to quantify the economic significance of their leading R&D and technology-related services in assisting industries and SMEs here in Hong Kong. When exploring the economic impact of HKPC's R&D and technology-related services here in Hong Kong, we found that for each dollar invested by the HK-SAR government, HKPC in turn unlocks a further $11 of economic value throughout the local economy, and this marks a very noticeable rise from $7.7 in 2018. This represents sustained growth over 6 consecutive years that we've now tracked these impacts, and it also compares very well and very favourably with leading R&D sectors globally.
Hong Kong government gives about 200 million Hong Kong dollars a year to us, and that's the kind of investment, maybe we call it, and we hope that we are able to continue to service Hong Kong. Last page. I think at the end, being a superconnector is not enough. We need to enhance and add values. And I think one important point is we need to follow our national development along with the global development. And I'm sure we all can find the right solution, answers for our industry, and putting our resources in the right place and to be a lot more competitive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Tan. Please do be seated. We shall be bringing you up once again in a moment for the discussion session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, up to our final dialogue for today. Once again, if you have any questions that you would like to pose to our panel discussion, please utilize the QR code that will be soon displayed on the screen, or utilize the program rundown. There is a QR code on the larger leaflet, which also brings you to submission of questions to the panel. So with globalism receding, Hong Kong can strengthen our role as a leader in facilitating international collaboration, transforming itself into a vibrant melting pot for global exchange. We had various speakers just now mentioning about the point superconnector, whether it is still relevant or whether we have a better take to it. And I'm as excited as you are to hear from our speakers in a moment. I would like to bring back on stage Dr. Gracia Herrero and the Honourable Tan. Please do join us once again on stage. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Dr. Tan. Thank you. And we'd also like to invite on stage President of our Hong Kong Foundation, Dr. Jane Lee. Welcome, Dr. Lee. And once again, doing us the honor of chairing the session, Dr. Victor Fong, please. Welcome, Dr. Fong. Please do be seated. So, Dr. Fong, the floor is all yours.
Well, we've come to the end of a very exciting day. In the interest of time, I think we only have a very short period. I think it's really quite clear where we're heading and but we don't have the solution quite yet. So I'm just going to focus on one point in this last panel. And that is really, we all know that Hong Kong's history, where we have been strong. But as our first panel members told us, the world is changing. We're under tremendous geopolitical stress. China has actually made tremendous strides in certain areas. The world is changing. How do we in this world, find a new positioning? And I think I totally agree with almost every speaker. Yes, it is important to be a connector, but that in my mind is necessary, but not enough. Necessary, but not sufficient. You need to connect. You need to have the physical and so on, and the relationships. However, the question that we really need to ask ourselves in different areas in Hong Kong at this stage is, what is Hong Kong's value added? When a piece of merchandise moves through Hong Kong, what value have we added? When a person passes through Hong Kong, what have we? So it's not just a connector. I think I agree with you. Guys, both of you said the same thing. And I think other speakers said the same thing. Then the question I want to address to the panel is, please answer this question. There's so many things that we can be looking at. We do have existing strengths, and I think they're enormous. They're still there. But how do we apply it to this new environment to actually create value add for Hong Kong? So in the interest of time, I think I only have about 15 minutes. So I'm going to just ask each of the panel members to really address this point. I know, Alicia, you've said many interesting things. I think, for example, let's not forget, Hong Kong is still, as many of you know, and you're in the business, Sunny, Hong Kong is still a very important orchestrator of global supply chains. We basically are responsible for a lot of the movements, or maybe I would say, a great majority of the movements of mainland manufacturers going abroad into the different developing economies. This idea of connecting mainland with the developing economies, with the global south, not just the east and west, but also mainland to the global south. So we also have, even if we need to change, our financial center is, I would still say, today in Asia, second to none. Now, how do we continue to explore that and so on? And I think our university system, as many of you have mentioned, is still, I would say, the best in Asia, with a very good track record and so on. How do we make that into a education really as a very important segment of Hong Kong, and then at the same time actually use that to really participate in the whole innovation process because of our ability to do basic research. And then finally, I think internally, which is something that Jane may want to touch on, is really, I think Hong Kong could be a perfect place of experimentation for businesses generally to think beyond just profits. How do we actually think of ourselves as a local lab to think about inequality? How to provide jobs not just for the super educated, but the medium and lower levels of the economic strata. And this whole idea of social impact, I think is important. So I think, really, I'm really asking you guys to just be specific about how do we actually add value in Hong Kong. I'll start with you, Alicia.
Thank you. So I'll be brief and I'll try to add value, given that that's the conversation we're having about adding value. So you said it loud and clear. Hong Kong is still a center of global supply chains. It so happens that global supply chains are reshuffling. And of course, it so happens that, now, of course, the idea would be go south, global south, BRI, you name it. And it makes sense. But if I were Hong Kong, I would only do that, because what I would try to do is, again, I mean, if this is bifurcating, I want to be the one that actually manages to put this together. What does this mean in particular? Standards. Yeah, there will be 2 standards. We're already basically getting there. Who is going to be able to understand both standards? Hong Kong, more than anybody else, because you have the logistics, because you've been doing the supply chain. So the easy one would be, okay, you know, I just follow, I go BRI, nothing wrong with that, but you miss a big part of the cake, which you already had. Why miss it? Yeah. So, you know, standards. Understanding standards is key, because there will be double standards actually in the real sense of the word. 2 standards. So focusing on that would be essential, because only you can do the logistics. And beyond standards, there is, of course, rules of origin, which you know very well. But, you know, rules of origin are tricky. Not everybody can do that. And they will become essential because, as we already know, and Trump is coming on this one, Trump will basically, crack down on rules of origin. Mexico, Vietnam. Who can help Vietnam on rules of origin? Hong Kong. So, you know, these are examples of what I mean by going beyond. The more, I would put it this way, the more the world becomes bifurcated, the more there is a role for a place like Hong Kong, not the other way around.
I think that's very well said, Alicia. You know, if we look at the geopolitics, and our panel members have brought it out so clearly in our first session, that really necessitates for us in the business world, whether we like it or not, we have to accept that reality. And there's basically the world is bifurcating, right? Whether we like it or not. You know, we're working hard not to bifurcate it, but it is bifurcating. And what you really repeated a number of times is the word arbitrage. And Hong Kong is in an ideal position when the world bifurcates to arbitrage. And a very good example is standards. You've got to understand this part of it and that part of it before you can set something in the standards world that works. And actually, that is a huge value add. So we're not really just thinking about physical flows. We're actually adding services on top of those flows. And most of the services in the world is actually exported by embedding in products. So that's really where you're pushing us. And then with that move towards higher value added, there's a need for expertise. There's a need for talent. And that's where we come in with our positioning as the hub for talent and attracting the right talent. And the idea, again, I want to emphasize is not just our traditional role of East and West, but it's also China to the global South, and then the global South to China. So it's 全方位, how do you say that? All directions, you know. And let's not just think about East-West linkage in everything we do. We've got to add to that. Now, how about in your world, Sunny? You really can add a lot of know-how and technology through HKPC.
I think I want to be specifics too. So number one, I would say we have to accept the evolution. Our GDP per capita has been improving, so the type of industry that we will be holding on to Hong Kong will change. You look at the example of New York, London, Milan, Paris, it will change. We have to accept that. So we won't dream for having a basic apparel maker making clothes in Hong Kong, right? But then we are really what I think Dr. Fung has been talking about, the supply chain management center, because we are the most efficient in the way of logistics, in terms of service, in terms of trade finance, financial, risk management, compliance, sustainability, all these things. If you take all these into one bucket, and you compare all these countries, we are the most efficient. Not to mention that we are also close to China, right? Mainland China. And because there is a big change in terms of the external market situation, those external forces and the change of the supply chain, then there is a need for such a service and entity. So Hong Kong will be the one. So that, I would say that applies to all the traditional industry that we have. We may not be focusing on too much on the production itself, but it's really on that portion because our GDP per capita went up. But we can still make some garments, but then like Bosco is here, we can make some more higher end garments, we can hire a value add customized garments. Those definitely we can do it. I see some wonderful full garment knit that was being sold at Lane Crawford. All right, I saw that. So those are the ones that we can do. But if we that is resemble maybe the traditional industry, but high tech, how about that? I just mentioned that we are bringing Chinese high-tech company overseas. That is not only serving high-tech, but then Chinese brands, Chinese products, Chinese technology. When they need to go out, they've been competing furiously, right, in China. But they are so busy, they are not ready, they don't have time to really go overseas. And there are, each of them, they will have their problem to solve. Maybe lack of understanding of market, maybe standards, different things. So we are here to use our, I said, not west to east, but east to west.
You know, I think that's very well said, Sunny. Let me just add a couple pieces. What you really now are describing is as the global supply chains, Alicia, as you say, is evolving, it's really now Hong Kong is becoming a control tower for these supply chains. And I think that actually gives us a huge opportunity to actually value add of the type that you talked about, standards, etc. The other thing I want to deal into the equation, let's not forget, is even in the logistics world, you know, I think we're under some pressure on the sea transport and so on. Let's not forget our airport is still by far the most active air freight airport in the world, doing over 5 million tons a year. As far as I know, number 2 is changing all the time, but you know, it's just over 3 million tons a year. So we've got the by far a lead. And the world actually is now, because of digitalization and so on, the lead time that the consumer is demanding is shorter and shorter. What does that mean? Movement towards air movements of cargo. And that also, because of the possibility of doing that, provides employment for our middle and lower levels, and not just the high level IFC. The final thing I would say is, let's not forget the key position of IFC. I take your point that we need to develop it further. And the way, in my mind, that would develop further with our strength already existing in the supply chains and so on, is to meld the two together and really look at the area of overlap, which is trade finance. There's a huge trade finance gap in the world today. We're focused on that. If Hong Kong can actually take our two, you know, really lead engines of IFC, International Financial Center, and Supply Chain Center, and meld them together in terms of dominating the trade finance, that's a huge development. But this really leads very naturally now into some internal issues of inequality. You know, how do we provide the right types of jobs? You know, how do we go really address some of the long-term issues in ESG? You know, you mentioned sustainability and so on. How do we fold all that into the equation, Jane? You know, and really answer that question of how do we add value in Hong Kong as we do the connecting.
Right, thank you, Victor. I'm not an expert in sustainability, but with my limited knowledge, I think we can consider from a few perspectives. First of all, we haven't got a chance to discuss GBA today. Actually, I think one of the key important role now in Hong Kong is that we are the most important city of GBA. And we actually have some studies which would let us understand that the cross-border kind of bond financial bond and also financial instruments that would actually help Hong Kong to become really a value-added kind of a city. And our Hong Kong Stock Exchange is the first of those in the market that require the company to disclose carbon emission. And that is an important part of promoting not just green bond, but also setting the standards between Europe and China. And Hong Kong has been playing a very important role in this. And the second is about the social question you would keep wanting me to explain. I think now Hong Kong has been positioning ourselves as a social innovation hub for almost 20 years. We have been experimenting quite a number of examples how we could help disadvantaged people to get employed and how we could provide services, particularly technology, to support these disadvantaged groups of people. And Hong Kong has been leading on this. But I think with these major changes in our economic direction, it is always important that we also should position ourselves as an important, not just setting of standards kind of a city, but also we should train our own people so that we could be able to give them opportunities to acquire new skills at all levels. And it is also important that we become an international education hub, because in Belt and Road, in many of the countries, in the third world countries, they do not just need investment, hardware investment in their country. They also need the professional standards. They also need to be trained with that standard. And so as an education hub in Hong Kong, we should be able to provide this kind of training and also learning and teaching opportunities for a huge group of population from the world. And so I believe that we should be able to provide employment not just for our people locally, but also training for other people in different parts of the world.
Yeah, I can't agree more, Jean. As we know, not only do we have 5 universities among the top 100 at the cutting edge of research and so on, our extracurricular programs, at places like Hong Kong Youth Space and so on, is actually very well developed. I remember Hong Kong Youth Space every year puts through over 100,000 people. And if you add the 8 universities together, that's a huge capacity. So, this is really what the WTO calls capacity building. If Hong Kong, because of our position in IFC and the supply chains, really be able to take advantage of that and provide a training, and from training to a certification, and then from certification to a standard setting. That is huge value add as we move forward. And that also creates a lot of jobs, because that is a whole educational industry that we could be developing for ourselves and then in the process of helping people. So, I think the final thing I would ask you is Hong Kong possible, because we have such a vibrant and relatively small economy, can we actually take the lead in doing really looking at the optimization of not just profits, but also some non-monetary aspects that everybody talks about and nobody has really achieved? Can we actually take the lead there and really be the leader in really instilling all aspects of ESG into our corporate culture?
I actually feel like we have a lot more opportunities that are untapped, Victor. One of the major reasons is that both in Europe, in ASEAN, and probably also in Middle East, there are actually a very high interest in sustainability, ESG, and green technology investment. And in some places, they actually have been developing sustainability and impact kind of assessment centers, not just in terms of standard development, but also investment opportunities. And Hong Kong, as I said, has a very strong connection with the Greater Bay Area and also with mainland China. And therefore, there should be a lot more opportunities for our business to consider not just the importance of making profits, but also a combination of profit making as well as social good. And actually, our Hong Kong Foundation has been trying to promote and suggest businesses to take into consideration of this so that the business objective be integrated with social objective in the business mission. And in fact, in our ESG guideline with Hong Kong Exchange, we are also hoping to advocate this standard, not just economic, the environmental listing, but also social impact listing as a reporting guideline. So I hope this could be worked out in the near future, and then Hong Kong would become a real leader in ESG.
Exactly. I've always dreamed that Hong Kong actually be that proof of concept and really implement all the things that people talk about and in my mind haven't done. And if we could truly implement it here, that will absolutely put us on the map on a global basis. And really, I don't think we should really be thinking too much about being defensive about our future. We have really a lot of room to move forward. So with that, I have a lot of people waving in the back. Time's up. I'd like to, on behalf of all of you, thank our panel. Again, time has been short, but very productive. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panel, and a big thank you to Dr. Fung for doing us the honor 2 times to chairing the panel. Can I invite you all to please step one step forward for a group photo together? And audience, once again, a big hand to the final round of dialogue. I love how it's ending in an optimistic tone, and that wraps up today. And in a moment, we shall be having a closing remark, so please do stay tuned. That's right, smile for the camera, beautiful. Keep that smile going, thank you. And at the back with the media cameras. Wonderful, thank you Dr. Fung, thank you Dr. Lee, thank you the Honorable Tan, and Dr. Gracia Herrero, thank you. Please do be seated. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's an understatement to say that we have had a very fruitful afternoon today on the topic of Rethink Hong Kong from different perspectives and heavyweights in different area and aspects. And up next, we shall be inviting for our closing remarks. We have the honor of today having Mr. Douglas Wu, Chairman and Managing Director of Wheelock and Company Limited, and also Governor of our Hong Kong Foundation, to deliver the closing remarks. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Wu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished speakers. As we conclude the Rethink Hong Kong Forum, on behalf of our Hong Kong Foundation, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who participated in today's discussions. Alongside our co-organizer, Center for China and Globalization, we have endeavored to create a platform for transformative dialogue that can help shape Hong Kong's future. This forum is designed to cultivate strategic insights, facilitate collaborative solutions, and enhance our ability to address the complexities facing Hong Kong today. We have heard from an exceptional lineup of distinguished thought leaders from academia, business, and government. Our keynote speakers, panelists, and session chairs are among the most prominent figures in their respective fields. Their diverse perspectives have provided valuable insights into the multifaceted challenges and opportunities facing Hong Kong as we seek to rethink our role in the rapidly changing global arena. Against a backdrop of shifting global growth, geopolitical movements near and far, and the potential uncertainties derived from the 17 national elections this year, Hong Kong is adapting as we always do. Discussions emphasize the importance of working closely to leverage the advantages of Hong Kong SAR while strengthening Hong Kong's position as a leading center of international finance, logistics, trade, innovation, and technology. To develop this, we promote initiatives that advance the Northern Metropolis as a vital growth engine, strategic deepening of collaboration within the Greater Bay Area, and the strengthening of Hong Kong as a premier hub for attracting top-tier talent. In doing so, we bolster Hong Kong's platform and also play a role in developing
a growth model with new quality productive forces. Moreover, we are thinking deeply about policy innovation that support long-term sustainable growth and development and reflect our unique role as a value-added nexus for international trade and culture, a trusted gateway and platform. Today's insights into China's role in the global economy have deepened our understanding of the rethink opportunities available to Hong Kong through the recalibration of the opportunities from past successes and more imminently through mainland growth, the Belt and Road Initiative, engagement with ASEAN and the Global South. As we look forward to the future, we've heard compelling arguments about how Hong Kong can navigate the path forward as the world rebalances. Each of us play a crucial role in this transformative process. While the path may have its challenges, the valuable insights gained today will help our Hong Kong Foundation better understand the challenges and opportunities. They will also assist us in diligently promoting collaboration and innovation and in transforming potential obstacles into opportunities for growth and engagement. So, thank you all for coming and for your invaluable contributions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wu. Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guest speakers, I would now like to announce the closing of the Rethink Hong Kong Forum. We would like to once again, on behalf of the organizers, thank all our speakers, guests, and media friends, as well as our online audience for joining us today. Let's give ourselves a big hand. And if you're joining us in person today, I do urge you to look into one of the leaflets, which is the smaller one. There are 3 questions that allows you to submit to us, and it would help us rethink Hong Kong with a collective wisdom. So do scan the QR code on the smaller leaflet. There are 3 questions that we would like to ask you in regards to rethinking Hong Kong. And of course, our appreciation goes to our strategic partner, China Center for International Economic Exchanges. We'd also like to thank our supporting organizations, and they include Invest Hong Kong from the government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, Office for Attracting Strategic Enterprises of the government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, the Hong Kong Trade Development Council, China-United States Exchange Foundation, Greater Bay Area Homeland Youth Community Foundation, Hong Kong ASEAN Foundation, and of course our venue sponsor, Conrad Hong Kong, for taking care of us and their support for making this forum a success. Should you be interested in revisiting the forum anytime, please log on to our Hong Kong Foundation's Facebook page and our YouTube channel. If you have attained an SI headset today, please be reminded to return it to the SI desk outside. It has been my utmost privilege to MC for the event today. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you at the next event. Have a great week ahead, everyone. Thank you.